Welcome back then to the LIT7s Series, live here from Peterborough Rugby Club. We've had a slight shuffle around of things, obviously following an injury in the men's social game that happened earlier on between Legion Social and the Pink Cocks. That game was moved over to pitch 3, where the Pink Cocks eventually won by 4 tries to 2. The men's open game between Legion Black and Saints 7 Gold is still underway on pitch 3. But we're getting back to things as they should be running over here with the women's competition, where Rugby 7s from France will take on Legion 7s Black, fresh off their opening victory against the host Peterborough in the women's competition. This is Rugby's first game of the tournament. Peterborough already defeated early on, and it will be Rugby in the black with white shoulders, facing against Legion Black with the all black and grey trim. Rugby playing from left to right, and the kick has gone into touch early here. But it will be Legion Black to have a line out to get things going. Well, Legion were in the lead against the Saints Gold side when we left them. We'll get you the results as they come. But for now, we return back to the women's competition, and it's an early line-out for Legion Black, fed by Parnaby, but put down. So in the end, it'll be a scrum, and the first attacking opportunity of the day for Rugby 7s. The French 7s side, now in their 3rd season. They're the female rugby team of the organisation Rugby Urban Attitude, which aims to help young adults who have found themselves unemployed over in France. They were in action recently at the JC Technique 7s in Paris, and they're darting down the right-hand side, looking to make some ground. It was Lilov Urbino darting away, but just a foot in touch there, so Legion Black escape for now. And right through the hole, looking to find a gap there is Legion Black, but Netier makes a huge tackle, or in fact, actually, it was LIT with the tackle, and here is LIT, straight through the centre, putting in the fend. And LIT, who caused the turnover, diving in to score. Well, that is the opening try for Rugby 7s, led by the head coach, Fanny Sade. And that was a really physical intervention that caused the turnover, and then a strong carry through the centre by LIT. Hordia LIT with the opening score. Legion Black behind, chasing their 2nd victory here at the LIT7s in Peterborough. Well, it's a teasing kickoff, but it's been just knocked on by the French side. So advantage for Legion Black as the wind is really starting to howl here. Howard back against the grain, gets the pass away, but it was forward, so we'll come back for a scrum. Legion Black still in possession for now. But Hordia LIT, a really physical figure there. Sandra Netier standing off the breakdown, a former player for the French national team. There is some serious quality in this Rugby side. Scrum then that goes the way of Legion Black. And once again, they go direct off first receiver, but strong leg drive to get up to halfway. Here's Howard, looking to take on all comers. Big shot from Roman Busquet. And look at the turnover. Here's Busquet back with it now. And they're really rolling here. Netier gets the pass away. There's numbers over here for the French side. Lovely offload to Bezenet, but a forward pass is called. Norian Bezenet was away for Rugby 7s for their 2nd try, but pulled back by the referee at the very last. And Legion Black have just about escaped. But this is a really impressive start by Rugban, who you'd fancy against Peterborough in their next game in the women's competition, and that will set them up for a quarter-final in the later competition. For now then, Legion Black back with it. And straight through the hole goes Sandra Netier, former French international, and scoring here at Peterborough. And Joey Walker is back with us. Joey, we didn't catch the end of the Legion Black game against Saints Gold. Can you let us know how it went?
Oh, it was a very tough game. A lot of talent on that pitch. But yeah, they got a sneaky try at the end, and Saints had a very good kicker, and they got the conversion, which put them last try of the game, put them ahead. So yeah, Legion are happy with our performance, especially with a team that's just come together. We look slick, we were communicating well and supporting each other. So yeah, we look forward to testing ourselves again in the next game.
And yeah, of course, you'll have a chance to redeem yourself later on when you're back in action on. But it won't be until the afternoon, of course. A bye in the next round, a good rest for Legion Black, who get off their campaign, unfortunately, to a loss. So Saints Gold with a victory there. And at the moment, it's Rugban 7s who are rolling again. This time it's Bezinet, who won't be denied by the referee's whistle. She'll score Rugban's third. And after a strong performance in the second half by Legion Black in their first game, they'll need another one if they want to get back into this one. Joey, already 3 tries down against the French side.
Oh, 3 tries down.
It's been a really good performance from Rugban 7 so far. And Netier with an excellent conversion as well. Now, Rugban 7s have come here to play, that's for certain. Well, cutting back on the inside then is Legion Black. There's a loopy pass, and it's a hospital pass as well. Big shot comes in from Rugban, hunting for the turnover. Legion Black escape with just a penalty, but the physicality in this Rugban side has been a real highlight so far, Joey, and they're good value for their lead.
Well, hopefully we can, just watching it there, that was a good tackle there. Hopefully Legion can do something here. Move the ball well and try and play out of their own half.
But it's still Legion Black camped inside their own 22 under a bit of pressure, and that will alleviate some of it there. Lovely run, chop tackle by Netier, over goes Let, and Hodia Let has tapped it back, and they'll break and they might go in for another score. Well, things just opened up there quite kindly for Rugban 7s. A bit of dismay on the face of Legion Black there. They felt the game perhaps should have been stopped, but Netier will add the conversion.
Lost by 1 point.
Well, a pretty tough start. Well, half-time then in this women's competition game here at the Peterborough 7s. And it's been all Rugban so far. They are way out in front here against Legion Black, and they've come here to challenge in their first outing on the LIT7s circuit. It's been an imperious performance as our tournament looks to get back on track following that long injury delay. So we're only a touch behind the schedule here, as it's a women's open encounter between Legion Black and Rugban 7s. With 7 minutes still to play, Rugban with a commanding lead. Oh, really? Yeah, my dad went to school there. Yeah. I went to school at Joe's College. Yeah, what are you doing in Woodbridge?
Yeah, I was based there.
We're not far away.
Yeah, no, I was based in Midland, Suffolk. That was
Oh, nice. Okay.
very much
Get some action there, yeah, too right. Drama school. I'm going to art up. I'm one of the best drama schools in the country. No idea how he did that. It took 2 years. Just got retrained himself. And he's such learning, such discipline. Absolutely warped drama school auditions. So now he's going to go there. Really strange. Yeah, like Dorset Squire in Bristol.
Okay, so
Well, kick-off from Legion Black as one of their injured players returns to the sideline here. It's an on-storming run from Zobel to get us started here. Rugban 7s are well in front, and here's Nilov Urbino. Lovely footwork from Urbino, the fend as well. Urbino through the hole, great pace. Off to the races go Rugban 7s, and they've notched another one on the board. And Joey, you were impressed with that?
yeah, some good strength and some good footwork from the French side. Yeah, they've really come off the blocks in the second half.
Come flying out the gates. Rugban 7s go further in front. It's been a really impressive performance from them, and I think the question today is, does anyone have this level of pace and power within their side to keep up with Rugban 7s, who have taken the sword to a very talented Legion Black side we've already seen today. We return to the men's social next, where Fine Rugby Now social side will be up against the hosts Peterborough in the men's competition, and then Saint 7s up against Shoguns.
Hello, you alright? I'm not tired.
Free kick from the kickoff, just short. Apologies for any language you may have overheard. It was a Legion Black player leaving the field, asked by Joey if she was tired. She said no, because I didn't get any of the ball. Because it's all been Rugban 7 so far. And a penalty, though, might set up an opportunity for Legion. Still looking for their first try of the game. And running it straight against this very physical side, but getting the offload away, just smothered by Rugban. But that pass off the deck is forward, so it will be a scrum to Legion Black. Well, the seeding does matter a lot in this competition, so try difference in play would be important for Legion to get a score on the board here, Joey.
Yeah, just to get some points on the board, really. I think Legion are getting sucked in to this French side's physicality, and they're playing a bit of one-up rugby. I think they need to start moving the ball, especially with the pace that Legion have got on the wing. We should start exploiting this outside channel.
Set piece in a promising position for Legion Black, who, despite putting Peterborough to bed earlier on today, have been smothered by Rugban, and they're smothered in the contact yet again here. Strong clear out, but it may have been ripped by Nandungu. And it's quick line speed to apply the pressure. And Emma Lados puts it down. Well, that was an excellent response following the turnover. Joey, some serious line speed to disrupt, and that's what you need when you're behind.
Yeah, hopefully that we're in a good position here and we can come away with some points. But this French side, they're off the mark, and they're really, I mean, they've just won that scrum there. They're away.
Powerful scrum, and it might have Rugban in behind once again, searching for her second try. Mila Verbino flying towards the home turf, and well, they will touch down for another coast to coast from Rugban. What a performance. Pretty threatening stuff from Fanny Sade's side, Joey.
Yeah, they're exploiting errors in this Legion side, and they're coming away with some fantastic tries. Yeah, really good stuff and really good rugby.
Well, as Sade rings in the changes, the game is certainly beyond Legion Black now. On comes Semania Le Fleurier for Rugban 7s. And the try scorer, Urbino, will leave the pitch, listed on the relevant honours section of the LIT7s team sheet as the shortest person on the team. And that is all the information that they provided on Urbino, but gosh, she's got plenty of pace behind her as well, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, her size doesn't. It's a bit of a dark horse, really, because she's she's off the shovel, shall we say?
Absolutely rapid, and that's what's created a couple of these Rugban 7s tries, although it's been a pretty complete performance as Legion Black, with a bit of time in possession, just caught in the wind, it picked up as the pass was released, and that's led to some loose ball. But Rugban looked to turn over, but the penalty has gone their way. And they're darting towards the line. It's another powerful run from Zabel. Zabel gets the offload away, freshly on the field. Le Fleurier touches down in the end. Rugban 7s have yet another score. A dominating performance against the toughest team in their pool. Well, they're straight through to the quarter-final stage. Believe the top sides from each group get a bye in that quarter-final round, and it looks like they'll be on to that top place finish in the pool. 2 pools of 3, of course, here at the LIT7s in Peterborough. We'll get you all the standings as the afternoon continues here in the very start of our second round of fixtures. And Legion Black will be defeated in their second game. This their final game. So unless Peterborough can cause a bit of a shock, they'll be finishing second and they'll be through to a quarter-final against the third place women's side in the other pool. But here's Sandra Metier. Le Fleurier, great ball to Lados, all the way wide. Stepping back against the grain is Suleimana. Suleimana driving on. A change of direction this time from Rugban 7s. In comes the friend, and over they go. It's another score. Emma Ladosu this time is the scorer. And Joey, it's been pretty one-sided game of 7s.
It has. It's been a very dominant performance from Rugban. Yeah, they look quick and strong, and I don't think Legion can actually compete. But yeah, very very good performance from them, and they should be very proud.
Emma Lados has the final say, but in the end, there was a plethora of scorers across this Rugban 7 side. They started with Horiolet's huge tackle that led to the turnover and her first score, and they finished with well, a really well-controlled try where they broke through the line so quickly, and it's a really threatening performance from this Rugban side. Legion Black, if results go the ways that we are expecting them to, consigned to second place, so they will have to contend a quarter-final later on this afternoon. For now, though, we return to the men's social competition. our next game live for you from pitch 1. The host Peterborough take on the LIT7s organisers themselves, Fine Rugby Now, who at the moment sit top of the men's social table. Well, the first time we've been able to bring you some men's open action from pitch 1, but it's an excellent game to get us going. It's St. Sevens Black who are facing off here against the Shoguns. And it was cleared by the Shoguns following the Saints Sevens kickoff. But it's Saints Black back in possession. That ball behind, but Josh Wickens will pick it up. And he'll clear his lines. And it's a great grass finder that's got the Shoguns in retreat. Well, Wickens is herring after it, as is Johnny Baxter. And they both look to apply a bit of pressure at the breakdown, but the Shoguns escape for now. And they find an edge. We're running out of room here. Aaron Asiri puts in the shot. Well, the Shoguns, of course, a historic Elite 7 side, founded way back in 1996. This is the Shogun Katanas, and they're herring away down the right, cutting back inside. Golden Clark might go all the way here, Josh Golden Clark. And the Exeter Rugby Club man has dotted down right under the sticks as the Shoguns go coast to coast. Well, what a bright start then for the Shoguns. Perhaps as many expected. They're a really talented side across the board. The quality runs deep here in their first game. Legion White actually got off to a flying start against St. Sevens Black and beat them in their first game. This, the Shoguns' first outing, as Golden Clark looks to apply some pressure once again and force St. Sevens to break from deep. There's the long lofted pass. It's well taken, but just a foot in touch, and that's the perfect end result. Noah Jarvis beyond the touchline. And then Jarvis has received a yellow card as well. It's a penalty, I think, for dissent against the referee. And, well, that's just wonderful footwork. Connor Taunton is in for the Shogun Sevens, who have their second score in the early stages of this men's open competition. Just teasing footwork from Taunton close to the line. And the Shoguns, in the blink of an eye, have their second. And St. Sevens chasing their first win of the competition. Trail by 2 tries. Trent Storin, the Australian, looked to get the kickoff underway. Plucked out of the air. And, well, the Shoguns, victors at every LIT7s event so far, have turned it over in a dangerous position, and here come the afterburners, and they're in again. Nathan Beasley this time. Great acceleration, and this game is already beyond the St. Sevens Black if things stay the same. Well, a tough start to the competition then for Saints Sevens, who are in amongst it in the rankings here at LIT7s. Of course, Saints make up 2 of the top 4 sides across the whole competition. But here in Peterborough, they're staring down the barrel of another defeat. Up go the Shogun Katanas to tap it back, and they're in possession yet again here. Clever footwork on the inside, and here comes the pace, and it will be another score. I think it's Beasley in again there. And well, this is a imperious first half display. In their first 7 minutes of rugby here at Peterborough, they've notched up 4 tries against St. Sevens Black in their men's open pool, which they will be harried favourites within. They'll take on Legion White in their next game, and the winner of that will be straight through to the semi-final stages as that kickoff goes wide. Shoguns up by 4. Unanswered tries, that is. As Trent Storen, for, well, the 4th time in this game, will look to hook a kickoff to that left-hand side. This time it's deep enough to be safely collected. Well, the commentator's curse strikes again, because out of nowhere, the Shoguns have stolen it from the fingertips of Saints, and they've got another score with a conversion to boot, and that will bring an end to this first half. And what a performance by the Shoguns. Competing on 2 fronts this afternoon, of course. The Bury Sevens also brought to you live by Next Gen. And they're tearing it up here at Peterborough. The leaders of the LIT7s Series by 60 points. That's what their total is at the moment. Hoping to add a few more. They are currently well in control of this men's open fixture, with still 7 minutes to come. Well, the Shoguns still have a little bit more to give here, even though they lead by this commanding scoreline against St. Sevens Black, who have got a real mountain to climb. They wish to get back into this game, and that forward pass has been picked off. But, well, this is a threatening position for the Shoguns to find themselves in yet again. Well, it's a clean pickup, but St. Sevens harrying through Wise Paulson. But there's plenty of space out wide for Shoguns to touch down and score another. Well, this is a pretty tough watch if you're in the Saints camp. Unfortunately here they are under serious pressure, and if you give the possession away that deep in your own half against a side like the Shoguns, they'll always punish you. Kick-off still to come. How about that kick from way out on the right-hand side? Not like they needed the extra two, but Trent Storen has added it regardless. Well, Simon Hunt, Rhys Roberts and Matt Vassey, who make up the coaching team of this specific Shogun side, can be nothing but delighted with how things have gone so far. Shoguns, of course, formerly Samurai, and that kickoff has just gone a touch too deep, so perhaps they are human, this incredibly well-drilled 7 setup, as they give away the free kick. One of Mackenzie South or Will Bolden will tap 2/28 in the Saints 7s black setup. Little show and go, and then the chip in behind, and there's a race on here. Away goes Baxter, and well, there's a slip from Storen, but a quick line out will keep them going, the Shoguns. Good tackle comes in there from Alex Spring. And a penalty for St. Sevens, a chance for them to get on the board. Here comes the quick tap. Jarvis looks to take on all comers, flicks it out the back door and put down by Lee. And that brings a quick conclusion to the best Saints' Sevens black attack of the game. But well, all the focus will be on the Shoguns. The Saints Sevens have barely put a foot wrong, really. It's every mistake has been capitalised on by the Shoguns. Excellent take from behind from Storen. There's the switch, and up the hole just opens up, and suddenly the Shoguns are in behind. A foot race to the corner here. And it will be comfortably won in the end by Freddie Skinner. Well, Freddie Skinner of Exeter University races away to score. Two more on the board. And the Shoguns go coast to coast here from the turnover. And there's still time left for them to add some more. Parsons is the target on the left-hand side. Good take from Jarvis and a good offload as well. Spring. Shotted from both sides. Here's Jarvis. Saints Black go deep to create. Jarvis on the wraparound. Maybe a 2-on-1 on the left-hand side. Flicked off the deck to keep the Saints rolling. And there's no one home for Shoguns. An excellent kick, but it will find touch. Lucas Yap of Blundell School, one of the youngest players in this Shogun side, searching for the quick line out. And Yap will take the line out. Picked off. And Spring flings it away to Lee. And there's the wide pass that might free up Wickens. Wickens rolls out of contact. What leg drive? Wickens is away. And Saints Black will get on the board. Well, Saints Sevens, of course, have had a busy schedule on the elite circuit this summer. Always representing their charity partner, AIK International, the cancer research charity. And they have got a score here to perhaps lighten the mood in the camp following a very impressive Shogun Sevens performance. Fine Rugby now at the bottom of your screens. On their way through. Their women's side are in action up next, live here on pitch 1. As that kickoff from Saints Black does not go to plan, it will be a free kick. Fine Rugby now in action next against Legion Sevens White in the women's competition. Of course, Fine Rugby now's women's team are currently top of the overall leaderboard here at LIT7s. As what a run this is down the right, and they make it look so simple. In the time it took me to simply load up the LIT7s leaderboards in the women's competition, Shoguns went down the other end and scored another. In the blink of an eye, they have racked up yet another score. An imperious performance. Textbook sevens throughout from the Shoguns. And they show exactly why they are one of the strongest seven sides on the circuit in domestic sevens here in the United Kingdom. That's their first win of the competition. And they'll go one-on-one with Legion White later on to see who will top the group and avoid a quarter-final and head straight through to a men's open semi. For now, though, we return to the women's competitions where Legion White are in action against Fine Rugby now. Well, Stamford Sevens and Fine Rugby now both on 3 points apiece, but a win here would secure Fine Rugby now's place at the top of the women's pool. Legion Sevens White looking for their first win in their second game. Action from the Women's Open up next, live here in the LIT7s at Peterborough Rugby Club. Well, we're kicking off here in the women's open competition, I should say, and it's Fine Rugby now on the offensive. They're looking to secure their place at the very top of this pool, which will see them through to a semi-final and skip the quarter-final stage. Whereas Legion White here are looking for their first victory, but it will be Fine Rugby now, and the captain, Katie Denning, who will fly through to score. And Denning has the first in quick time here. Fine Rugby now back in front where they'd like to be, chasing their second win. Well, they took down Stamford Sevens already today, Fine Rugby now. Legion Sevens were defeated by Stamford themselves. They'd need a 12-point turnaround here to secure the top spot. At the moment, Fine Rugby now, with their +12 goal difference, sit top of the group. Stamford on 0, following a win and a loss. And that, of course, leaves Legion on -12. But at the moment, it's irregardless because Fine Rugby now are 1 try in front. This, of course, Legion's first ever tournament here, and it's just been put down off the kickoff, and it's a great pickup by Denning, and Denning gets the offload away. What a pass. Fine Rugby now rolling on, direct this time from Follows. Driving well over the gain line here. Picked off the base from Pereira, who finds a pass. Pereira's there at 9 again. Instead, it's picked off the base by Wilkins, who crashes over. And Fine Rugby now have a second score in quick succession. With the extras to boot, Fine Rugby now go way out in front of this Legion ladies' white side, who of course came together just for today. So we're going to take time for these sides to gel, and they'll have a quarter-final spot regardless, as all teams go through to the knockouts. But they'd rather be higher seeded and avoid the second-place team in the other pool. Top sides from each pool of 3, of course, go through straight to the semi-final. Well, it's advantage Legion, so they'll have a scrum at least. Of course, Rugband Sevens so dominant in their game against Legion Black in the other pool. So it's likely that it will be a all-Legion affair in the quarter-final. If Legion White are defeated here, they'll have to take on Legion Black, settling as the second and third place team in their pool respectively. But they've still got plenty of time to turn it around. And they're looking to take Fine Rugby now on the outside. Plenty of support for them on this short side. As Coste gets the offload away to Haywood. Well, there's hands in the breakdown. It's been turned over by Wilkins. Pereira looks to the open side, and Fine Rugby now, unfortunately, just put it down in midfield. The pace of the game just catching up with Amber Hallmark. So a great set-piece opportunity. Scrum then for Legion, who trail by 2 tries. Spits out the back of the breakdown, and they look to go down the short side, but unfortunately Pap just puts it down. So Fine Rugby now back in possession. Pereira. They find a bit of space out wide. Lovely footwork to get on the outside of Hafano. Racing away this time is Holly Ross, who has Fine Rugby now's third. And Fine Rugby now showing exactly why they top the table across the LIT7s. Victory in this competition would secure them the LIT7s title. As they ring in plenty of changes on the brink of half-time. They're up by 3 tries against Legion ladies in their opening competition. Of course, Legion, who have got 5 teams across the different stages of this competition, in the women's, men's and social. So really impressive on their debut tournament to have such high participation, even if they are trailing here. Captain Denning back on the field. This Fine Rugby Now women's side, of course, also coached by James Denning. He'll be happy with his team's performance. But for now, though, it's Legion racing away, putting in the fen. Good carry from Georgia Nichols. He's played for the British Army's 7 side. Captain of this Legion ladies side. One to watch, the number 1. Also played recently at the Dubai 7s, did Nichols. But it will be a line out for Fine Rugby now. Georgia Nichols just caught in touch. Well, they go short. And there's the offload from Baker. Great offload. But just put to floor. So Legion White back in possession with knock-on advantage. Good ball of Burns. Burns gets the pass away to Hafano. Hafano on the outside. Skips away. Nikki Hafano will have the first try of the day for Legion ladies here on pitch 1. And they are back in the game. Still got a bit of work to do, but the captain, Georgia Nichols, will head back to take the kick. Great work from Hafano to shrug off the last defender. And against the wind, this will be a tough conversion. Great power behind it, but just not the direction. So Fine Rugby now retain their advantage. 17-5. At the break, the referee's whistle goes. So at half-time here, Legion ladies, with that late try, are back in the game against Fine Rugby Now, who top the women's table coming into this LIT7s here at Peterborough. They still lead by 3 tries to 1, with 7 minutes still to come. Well, we're back live then for the second half here of this Women's Open clash between Fine Rugby Now and the Legion Ladies White side. It's a bit scrappy to get things going, but Legion Ladies will have possession. But not if the captain, Katie Denning, can have anything to say about it. She's piled on the pressure, and Fine Rugby Now have possession back. They trail by 3 tries to 1. a late try in the first half by Nikki Hafano. Got Legion ladies on the board, still chasing their first win of the competition. If you're hoping to tune in for the men's social, where Onga 7s take on Legion 7 social side, that game will be straight after this one live on pitch 1. Onga 7s looking to hunt down Fine Rugby Now in the social competition. And the set piece does come the way of Fine Rugby Now, and they've made it to the edge, and it's Zinzanate. Unfortunately, just knocked on, so advantage for Legion Ladies White. And that lock on from Daniela Zinzanate will lead to a scrum over on that left-hand side for Legion Ladies White, but they're not out of the woods yet. The two referees confer. Well, it looks like, in fact, there'll be a yellow card for the captain, Denning, who leaves the field. So that scrum will be upgraded to a penalty. And Legion Ladies will have a chance to break from their own 22. Soft hands on the inside and change of pace from Hafano. Hafano back to feet round the corner. And Hafano gets the offload everywhere for Legion Ladies, and she will fly away. Nikki Hafano will score her second try. Well, Hafano was there in support throughout that move and finishes it off as well. Legion Ladies are right back into this game with Fine Rugby Now a player down for the next couple of minutes at least. And all of a sudden, it's a one-try game if this kick can be converted. Well, certainly gets enough purchase on it, but not the right line. 17-10 then, and a chance for Legion Ladies to get right back in the contest with another score. At the moment, Fine Rugby Now can hold on to their slender lead. Annalise Coste will take the kick. Coste goes long and chips it in behind the Fine Rugby Now defence. Good take from Pereira. Chipped away by Fine Rugby Now. And it might roll into touch. Instead, it's a great pickup instead by Tara Biles, who's then driven into touch herself. So it will be a line out for Fine Rugby Now, who have made some good yards up the field. Not good hustle from Legion Ladies, who have turned it over. Loose line out, goes their way. Mabin with a good carry, finds the offload, it's just lifted into the path of Mabin again. And after that conversation with the referee, I think it's going to be a set piece that's in Legion Ladies' favour. Couple of changes for Fine Rugby Now. Fortunately, there's just a player down for Legion Ladies. It's Emily Snowball. Is currently struggling. And if you're tuning in for the men's social fixture scheduled for 12:50 between Onga and Legion, that game is up next. But there's still plenty to play for here, where Legion Ladies hunting for their first ever win in competitive sevens Just one try off of Fine Rugby now. The leaders at the top of the LIT7s table coming in to this leg here in Peterborough. Well, although she requires being carried off the field, Snowball, thankfully, is got a smile on her face as she leads the pitch. So the game will get back underway. Legion ladies trail by 7 against Fine Rugby now, the organisers of the LIT7s competition, led by Elaine Gelman, of course, the creator of the LIT7s Series. Counter drive from Fine Rugby now, and Pereira comes away with it. Lovely ball, but it's just been put down. And the linesman on this side spots the infringement. So unfortunately for Fine Rugby now, Holly Ross can't race away for her second try. Still time for Legion to get back into the game. But for now, they're being disrupted at the set piece by Fine Rugby now. Clean ball, and they take contact at first receiver. Good carry by Hayward. Oh, but down goes Pereira to steal it from under the toes of Legion ladies. An important turnover. Carried on by Follows, and there's the offload. And a lovely step back on the inside, and Hallmark is away. Hallmark with another step, beating 3 defenders. And now there's plenty of numbers on the right-hand side, if Fine Rugby now can use them. And now it's a race for the corner here. Ross looking to get on the outside. Ross back across the face of the Legion defence and finds an offload. And what a winding run this is. Big tackle comes in from Flynn Brown. But it's still Fine Rugby now, in possession. What a huge try this would be to seal the game. Big handoff, and another, driving towards the line. Touchdown. Zid Zuanate has the score that secures the victory for Fine Rugby now. And Yele Zid Zuanate just had enough left in the tank to drive over. Anisha Pereira. Well, had the line this time, but just not the length. But it won't matter. Fine Rugby now have sealed their place in the women's semi-finals. Legion Whites will have to take on their sister team, the Legion Black side, in the quarter-final to see who can head through to a semi. So there will be a women's Legion side in the semi-final, regardless of results. But will it be white or black? Well, we'll wait and see. The final round of pool fixtures continues next with a game from the men's social, when Ongar 7s, second place to Fine Rugby now in the overall rankings at the moment, take on Legion 7s, looking for their first ever win as a social 7 side after they lost to the Pink Cocks earlier on today. That game is live on pitch 1 here at the LIT7s in Peterborough. Up next. We return to the men's social competition, where Legion's social side are in action here against Ongar 7s. Ongar with a deep kickoff, but it's Legion with the first attack of the game. Good physicality from Albert just to keep a hold of his man for Ongar, and they have turned it over. Lovely ball out the back door, and they could be on out wide, but just put down by Borton. Well, Ongar managed to defeat the Pink Cocks, so they'll be straight through to the semi-final with a victory here. Driving on, ever closer. On this left side, Kareem Issa has his hands in the air saying, please, I'm free as a bird, but instead they're into contact in midfield. Hale finds a pass. Strong running through the centre and a good offload as well. Stepping off the right is Albert, and he is over for Ongar's first. A victory here will see Ongar through to the semis and consign Legion 7s to a quarter-final where they'll likely face Peterborough, the home side. Unless Fine Rugby now can pull off something special against LU 7s. A victory in this competition for Ongar might just tip them over the edge in the social standings across the whole tournament here. And they're off to a flyer here. Bailey Albert with their first score. Short kickoff, cleanly taken, but just didn't reach that elusive 10-metre mark. Chipped in behind. And there's a race on here that will be won by Borton. Borton skips away. Great acceleration. And they'll take it to the left-hand tram line. Cutting back against the grain. Oh, and they're through and away. Kene Eze will stroll in unopposed. Well, they are a social side, but I'm sure they know what's on the line here. As Eze hands off the conversion to Matt Gleeson. The sun just threatening to shine once again. It's been an inconsistent customer here today. Ongar, 2 tries up then against Legion's social side, looking to get their first win of the day here at Peterborough Rugby Club in the LIT7s Series. Ongar looking to hunt down Fine Rugby now in the social rankings. And that kick-off is just beyond the fingertips of Kareem Issa. So we'll be a line out. And we'll be a line out for Legion Social. Clean line out for the Legion. Issa looking to disrupt, and he does make the chop tackle. They keep it to the short side. Looking to break away from Borton, and they have drawn a penalty. So Legion will escape the confines of their own half with a barnstorming run. And look to be a hand in there from Ongar. Legion will play. Almost through the hole here, just over the top, but the ball goes down. Carried on here by Nichols. Gets the ball inside. Interception! Away go Ongar. Picked off by Dave Hale. And that's a disappointing one for Legion, who were just about ready to start threatening the Ongar line, but Dave Hale read it well. And that's another try for Ongar, their third of the game.
I'll do a bit of socialising. I'll be back a little bit later on. That's all right.
The voice of Joey Walker you may have heard. He's been kind enough to lend his voice to the live stream all throughout today. He'll be back later on as Legion will be in action across a multitude of quarterfinals. We'll have our final game from the Men's Open after this one. And it's going to be a barnstorming one as well, as 70s, the French side, take on Legion Black before the quarterfinals. We'll have action from the quarterfinals across the women's, the men's social and the men's open before semi-finals, back to back to back, till we get to the elusive final stage here at Peterborough, the LIT7s Series. Dave Hale, try scorer of the third for Ongar, feeds the line out, and it's well taken by another try scorer, Kene Eze. Stepping off the left and putting the hammer down, slicing through the defence goes Ollie Borton. And before the half-time, Ongar have a fourth. A really impressive performance from one of the top social sides in the competition. They know that a victory here and a disappointing outing from Fine Rugby now could see them come out victorious across the LIT7s Series. That's what's on the line for Ongar. And at the break, they lead by an impressive margin of 4 unanswered tries. There's no way we're going to be ahead of schedule. There's no way. 1:30 is on pitch 1 and 2 of the quarterfinal of the women's competition. It won't be 1:30.
So this.
That's probably we're running behind because of the injury. And they don't want the quarterfinals to get too close. Second half to come then in this final round of fixtures in the men's social competition. Ongar will be through to a semi-final if they can hold on and defeat this Legion social side, who currently sit bottom of the pool. After this game, of course, straight into the women's quarterfinals. Lovely footwork to get the second half underway from Kareem Issa, who gets an offload away. Stewart flings it back into field. Russell out the back door to free the Ongar on-rushing supporting players, and now it's a foot race to the line that will be won by Ongar's number 4. Who's been robbed of a listing here on the team sheet. But he's got Ongar's 5th, and that will surely secure the game. Well, this has been a really impressive performance from Ongar. Powerful kickoff by Kareem Issa. Good line speed, piling on the pressure. But Legion still in possession. Switch on the inside. Strong carry. Up the jumper and then ripped. Quick penalty then. Lifted off the deck. And now Legion will look to play. It's another penalty. 2 in quick succession. This time for a high tackle. Legion really rolling here. They have to score quick to get back into the game. Pick from the base. And a knock on there from Stewart. A 3rd penalty. But this time it's in reverse. Well, the yellow card was shown, but instead it's Ongar on the offensive, and no one's left the field. It's just Issa on the wraparound looking to score. But instead the ball goes dead. Well, the referees are in discussion. It was yellow card shown to Connor Stewart. But he was in fact on the same side as the side who received the penalty. So Ongar will remain at... well, in fact, Ongar have gone down to 6 players. So a penalty was shown for Ongar, but a yellow card as well. And Stewart has left the field. And this is a chance then for Legion, who from that 22 dropout retain possession as well. Ball on the inside, and they'll race away to score. And Legion do have something to show for in this second half. They've got plenty more to do. But they're on the board against Ongar. And then even if they can't get a win here, they'd like to take some form into their quarter-final. Might not have enough to turn this game around, or indeed to overturn the large points deficit that was needed for them to climb up into second place. after their defeat to the Pink Cocks earlier today. Well, the game may be on the Legion, but they will keep playing until the last. Well, penalty goes Onga's way, in possession off the kickoff regardless. They'll play with a bit of freedom now then. Well, it's a little bit scrappy in midfield in this men's social encounter. Lifted over the top to give the Legion a bit of space. One more ball out wide. Away goes Chalmers. Chalmers putting in the fend. Great tackle by Onga on the scramble. Lovely ball inside. Hint of a high tackle. Referee waves play on. Turner and Chalmers trying to get things going on the left-hand side. But instead it's a penalty for Legion. Legion setting up a little bit old school here. Instead it's Turner on the wraparound. He runs back into traffic. Bit scrappy on the deck there. Nichols is there to support, but it's flung away. Lovely footwork. And Legion will be in for another score. Excellent work. Great footwork. Great patience as well. Real experience in that score. And Legion, perhaps, could be back in the game. Well, one spoke too soon there. Not enough time for another kickoff. So instead, Legion's social side will be consigned to the bottom of their pool, but they'll still be in action a little bit later on in a quarter-final. For now, though, we return to the Men's Open before our women's quarter-final, where Shogun Rugby are through and top against in their pool, where they take on Legion White. But on pitch 1 in Group B, it's 70s, the French side, taking on Legion Black. That's the next fixture, live here from the LIT7s in Peterborough. Legion Black, Well, it's a Legion side in action here against 70s, the French side, who are herring away down the left. Just about kept in play. 70s, another French side. They're in action at the Algarve Sevens recently, as well as the JC Technical in Paris. And they're in possession here against Legion. It's meant to be Legion Black on the team sheet here, but they're in the white kit. That's a lovely crossfield kick to Muti. Marius Muti with a race to the line. Hunted down by Brandon Knight, who just about gets a touch. But unfortunately, the try is given. Marius Muti has an early score for 70s. Well, if you're wondering why I'm a touch befuddled, it's the fact that Legion Black are not in the same pool as Legion White. This is Legion Black side up against 70s. 70s were victorious against St. Sevens Gold, whereas Legion Black fell to them in a last-minute score. As Joey Walker was telling us earlier. But for now, it's 70s with the first try. They're looking to secure their spot in the semi-final. Just as Shogun Rugby are at the moment when they take on Legion White in that straight shootout over on pitch 2. Short kickoff, but it's a really good take from Legion Black, who are in the white kit of Legion. And it's a loose ball, but Walker is onto it. And I think there might be a penalty as well in favour of Legion. Well, 70s have got pedigree here at the LIT7s. They were finalists way back in 2021, where they beat China in the final. A well-established elite side in France. Winners in 2019 at Amsterdam Sevens. They were also victorious in LA7s as well, over in America. They won second place recently at the JC Technique in Paris, the Sevens tournament that also had the likes of Rugby Sevens, the other French side, in action at. But Alex Roussette's side are up by 1 try against Legion Black. And that's quick hands to get it to an edge. Lovely footwork inside and out from Perina. And what an offload that is. They freed the hands, and Maxence Blanc is going to go over for another score. Well, this is an impressive performance from 70s, who are up by 2 already. Well, Legion White over on pitch 2, still playing in Legion White colours. It's just Legion Black that have given it a swap, perhaps since the sun's come out, in separate pools, so the confusion is minimal. Two tries up, though, for the moment, 70s. Looking to repeat the success they enjoyed in 2021 here at the LIT7s. If they make it to a final this year, it won't be China they face, it will be the Shoguns, most likely. Kickoff hung high by Matthew Fold. Here's Walker then, putting the hammer down and putting in the big fend as well. Just spilt by Warren, but on the wraparound it's well taken. Looking to flick another offload away. Over the ball go Legion. A little bit scrappy, but they still have it. Little show and go. Ball dislodged. Good tackle by Perina. And on the counter, away goes Fold. Fold with a lofted pass. And Veita Visu will saunter in for another score, putting it back inside to Fold. who is caught by a Legion defender. But, well, Vusu was well and truly over the line, flung it back inside in order to give Matthew Fold the score. Who created it? 7Ts have their third. And they are going to roar into the semi-finals with this impressive performance. All eyes over on pitch 2 to see who comes out on top between Legion and Shogun for that elusive semi-final spot. Seventies with a floated high kickoff into the cloudy skies here at Peterborough. On the switch, strong carry through the first few defenders. But over the ball go Seventies. They did have it, but then they coughed it back up again. Here's Walker. Does get an offload away to Thompson. Walker over to support. Warren. Here goes Josh Carden. Looking to play it back. Eventually the ruck is formed. There's the missed pass. Walker stepping off the left. Slipping through the tackles and gets an offload to Warren. Over the ball goes 7Ts. Thundering clear out. Hands on the floor though is the call, so a penalty. And Legion looking to turn this game around. Spinning away, up over halfway. Carden down the short side, wrapped up by a couple of 70s players in their multicoloured kits. Great line speed. In comes the shot from Blame. And Blow turns it over. Great line from Fold, skips through. Matthew Fold is over. And that's yet another score on the board for 7Ts right on the brink of half-time. A really impressive performance from the French side, who we won't see till the semi-final stage if things stay the same. 7 more minutes to come, but a lot of work for Legion to do to get back into this fixture. Second half to come then, and it's 7s in control right at the top of this pool. Oliver Fagin with a powerful drive, dragged down by Warren and co. One-on-one. Killian Bear. Oh, and he's onto the outside as well. What a run that is. Killian Barry slides in. Picturesque to score. And 7s have another. And this is a bit of a drumming. We've already seen that these French sides are here to play. Rugban 7s, of course, with that dominating win over Legion Black. And if you're wondering where Legion Black are, they're on pitch in the white and red. They've just had a change of strip. But they're the second Legion Black side to be on the wrong side of a hiding from French opposition here in the LIT7s at Peterborough. Of course, women's quarterfinals. That's what's on offering after this fixture. Then we're into the men's social quarterfinals and the men's open quarterfinals as well. As it stands in the women's competition, Stamford take on Peterborough in a local derby in one quarterfinal, while the other, well, that's two Legion sides, black and white, up against each other. Two excellent occasions live for you here from the LIT7s in Peterborough. For now, though, in our last men's open fixture, 7s chipping it in behind, and Fold has the run on any of his opposite men. Great pick up there. It bounced kindly for Matthew Fold. He dots down for another score. 7s well in control. So your schedule for the next two fixtures after this. On quarterfinal 1, pitch 1. Stamford 7s will take on Peterborough, while the Legions face off on pitch 2. And then Peterborough, back-to-back action on pitch 1. They take on Legion's social side, hoping to progress through to the semi-final. Pink Cox and Fine Rugby now fighting out for a place in the semis. Over on pitch 2. That'll be at about 2:10. For now, though, it's Walker with a great carry and lovely footwork. Walker looking to take on the final defender. Gets around Perina. And then it's a real tussle in there. Dale in support. Knight. Wide pass from Matthews. Through the hands from... And then stepping off the right, looking to take on the last few defenders. Into the corner. They will race away to score. A really well-worked try by Legion Black. And this hastily assembled group of young men are putting on a real show here in the last few phases. No luck from the conversion, but an excellent finish. And they're on the board against 7s. Kick-off to come from Legion Black. In the white and red, a change of strip, of course. But their other Legion side is in action over on pitch 1 against the Shoguns. That kick-off doesn't go to plan. 7s back with possession. Quick tack. And there's a break through the centre from Blum. Almost an intercept, but instead it's come through to Guillaume. Stepping off the left, lovely footwork. Second try for Killian Barre. He gestures to the sideline that his job is done for today. Swiftly sent back by the referee to take the kick. Well, of course, it now makes sense that Legion Black have switched shirts. It's in order for Legion White not to clash with the Shoguns, in terms of kit at least, but those will be returned to their regular formattings and later on in the afternoon. Tap back by Thompson, but into a bit of no man's land, and there's pressure on here from 7s. Penalty, though, goes Legion's way. Quick tap. Pass from Thompson, and now they look to open up the field. Darting away from a few 7s players. And Legion crowd the left-hand side. They look to break away. Lovely offload. Warren steps off the left. Legion very deep in defence. And they'll chip it in behind. And Perina outnumbered, but what a step. Victor Perina. The Parisian is over to touch down, yet another for 7s, and well, when it's just not your day, I think that's what a try like that means. Just one step and around 3 defenders. So that will finally bring this drumming to an end. It's been a result without question for some time. 7s have looked excellent, and they are straight through to the semi-final, where they will face off against victorious quarter-finalists. Those quarter-finals due to kick off later on this afternoon, because we've got the women's and the men's social first. Well, can anyone stop the two French sides here at the LIT7s in Peterborough? It's knockout rugby time then. The first quarter-final, sorry, live for you here on Pitch 1. It's from the women's competition, and it's a local derby between Stamford and Peterborough. That game due to kick off, according to the schedule, at about 1:50. So a short break until then, but we'll be back with knockout rugby. Welcome back then, everyone, to the LIT7s here in Peterborough, and we are through to the knockout stages of the competition. The bottom two sides from each three-team pool are through to quarterfinals, and here it's Peterborough, the hosts, up against Stamford Rugby Club, and Stamford are off to a flyer down the left right from kickoff. What a start this is! Not the perfect start at all for the host, Peterborough. And Stamford are in front. Stamford Women's established in 2021, but they've had a really strong end to the 15 season. Put 39 on Lincoln Ladies, 59-34 winners against Kesteven Ladies, and then a 71-5 win against Scunthorpe Women. What an end to the season for them, and they've come out of the blocks here as well. Peterborough women's side, despite a good performance against Legion 7s Black, were defeated in that opening game, and they were then beaten by Rugband 7s, who, by the way, have a points difference of 102. That's a tough draw, and that put them at the bottom of their pool in Group B. Stamford, however, beat Legion's white side, but lost to Fine Rugby Now. That put them in second place. So Rugband and Fine Rugby Now straight through to the semi-finals, while Stamford and Peterborough fight here in the quarters, while both Legion sides are on action in pitch 2. So we'll definitely have a Legion side in the semi-final to face either Fine Rugby Now, the organisers, or Rugband 7s. At the moment, though, it's Stamford who are in front by just the single try. A bright start for them. They're an impressive young rugby club up against the host Peterborough, who've had a women's side since way back in 1995. 2 tough losses at the end of the season, but a big win against Wyndham Wasps. And of course, a good performance against Legion earlier today, even if they didn't come away with a victory, and who can blame them for falling to Rugband 7s, the French side. Well, it's Emily Hurd who scored the first, who might go through off the back of the loose ball and score the second. Hurd, who competes with the RAF as well in the game of Union, is here in the reduced format, scoring a double in a quarter-final, sorry. Attlee, wide from the kick. But a bright start for Stamford, who would go up by 10 against the host Peterborough in this women's quarter-final. So we have a full schedule for you as well, all the way through to the end of the quarter-final stage. The men's social quarter-finals will be Peterborough against Legion's social side here on pitch 1, while the Pink Cocks take on Fine Rugby Now. And in the men's open, it's the 2 Saints side live here on pitch 1, as Legion White take on Legion Black on pitch 2. So a clash of the organisations in that open semi-final. But for now, though, it's Stamford chasing a third. Peterborough, the hosts, just contained within their own half so effectively. Abby Lee into contact that time, and a penalty goes their way. Quick tap from Attlee, who gets the offload away. Tackle made by Sullivan. And it's a second penalty in quick succession. This time it's tapped and driven on by Hurd. In fact, it may well be Matchwick, 2 number 69s on the field. Flung wide, plenty of numbers over, little show and go. Jess Gargan is over for Stamford 7s. And what a first half this is for Paul Beard and his team. The coach can be mightily impressed with Stamford, who race into a commanding lead against the hosts, Peterborough. They've got 1 foot in the semi-final, where they'll take on the table-topping Fine Rugby Now in the overall standings, or the imperious French side, Rugband 7s, who will be the favourites regardless of who they play in that semi-final later on this afternoon. deep kickoff. It bounces into no man's land. Good line seed from Stamford. Ball inside from De Garcia. And she's there in support. De Garcia with the offload. Sullivan. Interception by Stamford. Murray picks it off. And that's a good offload too. And it's one of 3 number 69s for Stamford. Over on that left wing. Chasing a hat-trick at the moment. Maybe Leah Lilly. Maybe Sawyer Matchwick. Rare to see 3 players with the same number. Unfortunately, makes them unidentifiable to us here in the commentary box. But we can pick out Steph De Garcia, who races down the left wing and gets Peterborough back in the game. What a solo effort from Steph De Garcia. Just got on the outside of that final defender for Stamford and had the legs to go all the way. And she is quite understandably taking her leave for the moment at least. With a harsh wind blowing in your face. It's never a simple conversion, but they are on the board and they cut the gap. 3 tries to 1, but with the conversion. Steph De Garcia asks on the sideline here how long's left, and then decides long enough for her to battle through to the break. Peterborough would love to get a second before half-time. Buckland of East Midlands County with the kick-off. Bounces unkindly for Stamford here. Poppy Murray of Saracens around 1. Lovely ball on the inside. And then up through the centre, trying to shrug off De Garcia, who makes the tackle. Murray plays 9. Sullivan makes a real mess of it at the breakdown. But Murray does get it away, not before it's locked on. Abby Sullivan may have carved out one last opportunity for Peterborough. Now the whistle goes for half-time, unfortunately there. And the players will return to their respective huddles. So Peterborough back in the game with that late Steph De Garcia try. Almost had a second opportunity before the referee's whistle cut them off. Well, the sun is shining down on the hosts, but they trail to their local rivals in Stamford. Part of the same division, the National 1 at women's level. But here on the Sevens field, it's currently Stamford who have the lead by 3 tries to 1 in this quarter-final. 1 foot in the semis, but Peterborough back in the game with 7 more to play. Second half to come here in this women's quarter-final. Hopefully the sun is here to stay as we head into the knockout rounds here at the Peterborough LIT7s. It was a long kick-off from Stamford, who are in the lead at the moment. 3 early tries before Peterborough got one back before the break through Steph de Garcia. They have a line-out as well inside their own half, but any set piece on the field is a scoring opportunity in the game of sevens. Onto the field, Erica Barbosa at the back of the lift there, the East Midlands County player. A couple of them scattered across this Peterborough ladies side. Up goes another one, Buckland. And on the wraparound, it's been put down, and Stamford dive upon it. Murray gets an offload away. Some direct running by Jess Gargan, who's already scored 1 in this quarter-final. Quick hands, lovely ball. And it's a race to the corner here. Lovely swerve on the inside, and that is a hat-trick for one of Emily Hurd. Sorja Mattrick, all Leah Lilly. All with number 69 on their back today, and one of them's bagged a hat-trick in this quarter-final to put Stamford 4-1 up. And they've carved out another peak on the mountain that Peterborough already had to climb in this second half. A bright start for Stamford. Who edge ever closer to that elusive semi-final place here in the LIT7s in Peterborough. Established in 1924, Peterborough Rugby Club. The women's side has been around since 1996. They're as old as Shoguns, the LIT7s side. That's an excellent take, though, by Lee off the kickoff, who finds a good pass to free up Abby Lamb, who's part of Gloucester Hartbury. Driven into touch, however, Peterborough have it back. And they've got to get a wriggle on here if they want to carve their way back into this fixture. Otherwise, it will be curtains for their cup final ambitions. The line out short, picked off by Stamford yet again, another interception. Cartwright this time, and then back on the inside is Lamb. Lamb herring away, ducks under the final tackle and dots down to score. Abby Lamb has a try that may well have sealed Peterborough's fate. A very impressive performance then from Stamford, who now go 5 tries to 1 out in front. Look ahead to our next game here on pitch 1. It's Peterborough, the host, back in action against Legion, this time their social side. That's a men's social quarter-final. In the men's social, of course, it's Ongar straight through after topping their group, along with LIT7s Rugby, who have yet to see on pitch 1. Pinkcock, some fine rugby now in those quarters. Peterborough now on pitch 1. In the present, battling on. Sullivan with the carry. Strong clear out from Barbosa. And then a little show and go, just floated over the top by Buckland. And a great turn of pace on the inside. Potter almost through the hole. Turned over on the deck. Excellent work by the try scorer, Abby Lamb. And there's a real tussle on the floor that might leave Stamford with more numbers on feet. It's Lee who kicks it in behind. Garcia under pressure. De Garcia does come away with it. And here's Buckland now, looking to break in open field. Barbosa flung to ground this time by Cartwright, a member of the England Deaf squad. Cartwright, great line speed to shut down Erica Barbosa. And then it's chipped in behind. And who has the legs? Excellent chase from Liv Smith. But Murray is away and finds a pass. Back inside to Murray, who's just taking a bit of pace out of the game. Lovely step off the right to beat the first defender. Clattering into contact this time. Abby Lamb makes great yards. Barbosa with a last-ditch tackle. Well, we're coming towards the end of a long and tiring day of sevens for both these sides. And it's visible on field. But Cartwright, unfortunately, puts it down. A couple of tired legs out there for Peterborough. Well, not long to go here in this quarter-final. Stamford are certainly through to face either Fine Rugby now or the imperious French side, Rugban Sevens, in that semi-final. They could add another to the board before then. Bentley, excellent offload. Flicked over the top to find Lamb, who injects the pace and gets on the outside of De Garcia, which is no easy task. Another try for Stamford. They are good value for their place in the Peterborough LIT7s semi-final. Not sure she'll mind about the shank conversion, because it was a great finish. Stamford clearing away the best side on field in this fixture. And that will be that then in our first of many quarter-finals here at the Peterborough LIT7s. It's a great victory for Stamford. Far and away the better side. They're through to the semi-finals, which will be after our next 2 rounds of quarters. First, the men's social quarter-final, where Peterborough are once again in action against Legion's social side. That's our next game, live for you here from the LIT7s in Peterborough.
Social. Sorry, does someone from Legion Social want to update his team sheet? Because it's really wrong. Does anyone from the social team want to update his team sheet? Because it's really wrong. Okay.
Sorry, I know these. You know what it's like. Am I completely blocked by the scaffold? Yeah, I think that's all right, innit? Thanks, mate. Squares my LinkedIn away. Oh, no, I need to text Tom that. Tom Mitchell. Yeah, we're just gonna get food, you know? Just get food, like. Do you want to? Would you mind doing that? How much long is your break? Do you want to just spend me? I mean, yeah, I'll have it. I'm not gonna eat it yet. Actually, can you just maybe check when they're going to stop serving? Because if they say right now, then obviously. Do you know what I mean? We should basically if they say before the last game. Yeah, but if they're like, oh no, we're going to stay open like forever, then don't worry. Is that right? Just find out. Yeah, so basically the choice is between us. Take it with you. We return then to the quarter-final stages of the LIT7s here in Peterborough. A double header for the host. Their women's side beaten by Stamford comfortably, which sees Stamford through to the women's semi-final. But here in the men's social, they've got a chance to make it through to the next round. The Legion's social side is all that stands in their way. Of course, looking at the group stages, it was Peterborough who defeated Fine Rugby Now before losing to the LIT7s rugby side, which has left them here in second place, which has them lining up against the third place side from Group B, Legion 7s, yet to win in their debut competition. Almost an interception there. The ball goes to ground, is quickly picked up, and Peterborough go racing away. It's Downer, who might get away from everyone. Well, the push came in right at the end, but it wasn't enough to put Tom Downer off his line. He rolls in for Peterborough's first try, and the hosts go up against the Legion in these early stages, with semi-finals on the horizon. Who will join the likes of LIT7s Rugby and Ongar in that next round? Over on pitch 2. It's a crucial game for Pink Cox as they take on Fine Rugby Now. Fine Rugby Now desperately in need of a couple of points to see off Ongar, who are on the chase. If Fine Rugby Now are defeated, then, well, it could see them overtaken by Ongar in the overall standings. That game is live on pitch 2 with Ongar already through to the semi-finals. Deep kickoff from Peterborough. Doesn't bore any fruit this time, but it does leave Legion scrambling inside their own 22. There's the little switch on the inside. And crashing through the contact come the Legion's social side. Hint of a high tackle there, but happy to play on as they make it to an edge. Tackle comes in from Murphy. Flicked out the back door, but it falls loose. Lovely footwork, and away go Legion down the right-hand tram line with pace to burn. They will saunter into the corner, and that will be their equaliser. Teasing footwork to get away and touch down closer to the posts. And the hosts, Peterborough, are peg-backed. And Legion go in front with that conversion to boot. Quick turnaround in the opening stages here. And we've got a game on our hands here in this quarter-final. This time it'll be Legion, the social 7 side set up with military values at its core, creating support of the British Legion, of course, who provide lifelong support for the armed forces community, made up of current and former military personnel, as well as some civilians. And Dewey Pearce and Danny Booth, both part of this social side, the co-creators and directors of rugby. Penalty though for Peterborough from the kickoff, and I think there might be a card coming here as well for a high tackle. And Peterborough will be playing with a man advantage for the next few minutes. What can they do with it? Lovely ball on the inside, and the hole just opens up for Teague. Lawrence Teague will race away to score, and the one-man advantage pays dividends immediately here. And Peterborough are through. The Fengate Flyers back in the lead through Lawrence Teague. Well, the home side back in front. Lawrence Teague, unreliably have formed one of their homegrown players. He's been at the club for a long while. And at the moment they're taking us just one step beyond the women's side. Kick off to the far left. And once again it rolls into touch just beyond the on-rushing Reese Kenton. Line out to come then for the Legion social side. Coached by Owen Pearce. Good line out. Clean ball. What can they do with it? Going down the short side instead and racing away. Lovely little goose step to get on the outside. But unfortunately just spilt it even though he was through. And that is a shame. Well, Legion thought they might be on for their second, but it was not to be in dramatic fashion. Just a foot in touch. Lawrence Teague, the 21-year-old, with the throw. In comes Murphy to support. The line out does go the way of Peterborough. Lovely step through the hole on the inside. Weaving left and right. Great run from Barradell. Ball across the face. One more pass, a switch inside. The big don't argue, but a great covering tackle. Wide it goes. Teague flashed across. Well, he thought the Legion social player was his winger on the outside. The Legion player made no effort to take the ball. It was flung into touch instead. And a calamitous few moments here in this social quarter-final. Exactly what you'd like to see this level of sevens. And that will bring us into the half-time interval as well. A topsy-turvy first half. Peterborough took an early lead. They were pegged back by Legion. But the yellow card allowed Peterborough to re-establish their lead. And now, with 7 minutes left to play, the game could still go either way in this men's social quarter-final. Second 7 to come in just a few moments' time. Live here from the LIT7s in Peterborough, where the hosts are in front.
Easy. I still might need one of you to run and get it, because I don't know how long it's... Easy, mate. If they shut, I am gonna eat your organ instead. You know that, right? Peterborough 1 up. Oh, for the men's senior side. Awesome. Good to know. Oh, great. What's his last name? Brewer. Okay. Oh, right. So number 1 is not Luke Bailey. Brewer. Okay. That's fine. That is fine.
Second half to come then, and it's Legion with the kickoff. Good take by Griffin, and it's flung inside to Murphy. And chipped in behind by Atkinson, who just rolls into touch. Just shy of out on the full, so it will be a line out for the Legion. Michael Turner hands it off instead. Line out to come then. It's the Legion in possession. They go long and it's just overthrown. Who will get there first? It's Brewer off the bench, who lifts the offload, but it's been stolen by the Legion, who are back on the offensive in the early stages of this second half. Flung to the right-hand side by Crooks. Great line speed, but equally cleverly evaded, and in the injection of pace from Joe Hatch will take Legion all the way. And they have equalised in the early stages of this second half. And the quarter-final is still very much all to play for, with 2 more to be added perhaps to put the Legion in front. Well, it didn't half make hard work of it, but it's crept over the bar. And Lawrence Teague's miss kick in that first half, the difference between the two sides for now. What a turn of pace from Joe Hatch for the Legion. Peterborough would be desperate to make it through to this home semi-final. Their women's team were taken down by Stamford Rugby Club in the quarter-final previous to this one. And here come the hosts. Flicked out the back door. Brewer away from one. Puts the hammer down himself. Offloaded inside. That's came off Jake Crooks there, so it will be advantage Peterborough. Flung to the left-hand side. What a ball that is over the top by Murphy. And now they're in behind. Stepping on the inside of Hatch. What a pass down the blind side. Murphy on the wraparound. The goose steps almost put him out of action, but instead he's just about made his way across the white line to put the host back in front. The Fengate Flyers add a third try to their quarter-final tally. Of course, the Legion full of Peterborough representatives. So in many ways, the club can't really lose. But that kick puts, that miss kick perhaps, puts Peterborough 3 points up against the Legion. As their men's side get ready for this open encounter. It will be Legion White v Legion Black over on pitch 2, while the two Saints sides face off here on pitch 1, Saints Gold and Saints Black. It's kicked high into the sun there, but really well taken. And now the Legion, through Turner, can open up the field. And suddenly they're in behind here. Here is Turner, the target on that left wing. But they've made great ground here, the Legion. Hunted from deep, a big shot comes in, but what an offload off the deck that is. Little goose step on the inside, slipping through the contact. Would you believe it, the Legion back out in front. And two more yet to be put on the board. Piercing the upright. And the Legion go 4 points up. On comes Crooks for the Legion, back onto the field to see out the remaining moments in this final. They're still only 4 points up here, so another try for Peterborough will tip the balance. And it will be Jake Crooks. Take the kick into the hurling wind, which has just changed direction. It's now coming right back at the Legion. Little show and go, looking to break in behind. Lovely running, but the ball goes to deck. Penalty. Not releasing from the tackle. So it will be perhaps the last opportunity for Peterborough. Lovely missed pass. And now it's a foot race. Lifted over the top on the inside. They will race away and surely seal the game here. Taking their sweet time, Lawrence Teague will eventually touch down. And he'll have another shot at the extras here. Well, taking all the time in the world. Slotting it home. And there is time for the kickoff. So at the moment, Peterborough, with that 7-point deficit, are back up by 3. With the kickoff still to come. We look ahead, of course, to the men's open final, where both Legion sides will face off one another over on pitch 2, while it will be both Saint 7 sides in action here on pitch 1, with Shogun and the French side 70s in the semi-final. Clattering hit comes from out wide. He was a bit unsighted there. Huge shot comes in from Kajawa. And round the outside. Lovely work. They could be on here, the Legion. Right over the ball they go. Penalty goes against the hosts. Crooks with a quick tap. Perhaps one last opportunity here to turn the game around. Wrapped up on halfway, but a quick pickup from the base. Lovely offload, stepping off the right through a crowd of players. Henry Nichols will steal the game for the Legion. Peterborough just trying to see off the game, but by wrapping up that breakdown, and instead it's their downfall. The Legion with the quick pick and go from Nichols. Race away to score, and in the closest game of the competition so far, the coin has fell on the side of the Legion, who are through to a social semi-final. Well, the knockout rugby does not stop all the way through to our final games here at the LIT7s in Peterborough. It's an All Saints affair up next as the Gold take on the Black. That's our next game, live from pitch 1 here at the LIT7s in Peterborough.
wearing a coat, even though it's like
Yeah, it's pretty topsy-turvy.
it's quite intensive here.
Like all black everything pretty much, and then just shades as well.
We're a wet contrast, aren't we?
Why is that?
I'm sat in these.
You have got a lot more clothes.
Yeah.
You couldn't have less clothes.
Yeah. I mean, I can take my socks off.
I'd like, yeah. Go on,
Made you self-conscious.
Oh, because you were hiding those horrible green slides.
Yeah, I didn't choose it.
I would like to know a few things. The first thing I'd like to know is when our Legion's women black
10-3.
Let's go, Saints!
10-3 against the French team.
No,
Fantastic. That's the worst news I've had all day, apart from the first time we had played them.
That's okay. They're not like really unbelievable.
They won the French national title.
Yeah, they've not got something like 30.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, they are.
I love that for them.
They're on pitch 2 at 10-3.
Yeah, last time she got 10, she got 10 caps today.
Huh?
I don't know. I'm just
Why would we do that?
My other question is, when are the lines open now next play?
the women's team.
Yeah,
Same time as you.
same time as us on pitch.
Yeah,
Okay.
basically the same time.
Now, are you like, who's a good person to talk to?
Yeah, I lost half of like my players.
I know if the French were walking,
You have to go chat to the final now.
great.
Well, it's an All Saints affair in this Men's Open quarter-final, and to the joy of commentators everywhere, they've reversed their shirts. So we will not be able to identify half the opposition, but that is just how the cookie crumbles sometimes at these cross-competitive events. But it is Saints 7's gold in their regular black and gold strip, while Saints 7's black have converted to white shirts for this fixture. And taking a bit of pace out of the game, Sam Heyman. Well, penalty early in these stages. It's a bit different over on pitch 2. It's not a walkover, but it'll be Legion White who are likely through to the semi-final. And then suddenly there's a turnaround here because that spilt run on through by Bennett has turned the ball over, and well, it might be something of a walkover over on pitch 2, but neither of these two Saints sides are taking no for an answer when it comes to a place in the semi-final. Early score for Saints 7's black. Well, it was Saints 7's black who were defeated by Legion White and Shoguns in Group A. That led them to finish bottom of their group. It's Saints 7's gold who lost to 70s, the French side, but beat Legion Black in the men's open encounter that we were unfortunately unable to bring you on pitch 1 due to an injury concern. But, well, it was still shown because our wonderful cameraman here managed to move everything upstairs around and zoom in on pitch 3 over the far side. So, of course, Saint 7's, this sort of elite 7's program that's had a really good year overall, regularly submitting multiple teams into elite competitions, which is easier said than done. Saints could have easily come here with one starting squad of 12, and instead they've divided their forces and still competing at all levels. Good run from Morrill, and then on the floor, George Grouch just loses hold of it. And from the penalty, they've kicked for touch in unorthodox style perhaps. When you're facing your own franchise, perhaps you need to get a bit more creative. Well, interestingly, Saint 7's are being coached by Nick Clark on both sides. They line up together on the touchline. Good bit of camaraderie between the two teams. And that line out disrupted, but it does fall in the end for Apelli Nakanakogi. It was all wrapped up with Morrill in support. Grouch. Good wide ball to Heyman, who flings it on again. And then a good turn of pace from Dillon. Dillon still going, bouncing off one, ducking under the tackles. Dillon with a great drive. And all of a sudden, Saints Gold are inches away. Weak-handed pass, so Grouch has it. And chips it cross-field with Nakanokogi, the intended target. But it will inbounce stead for Morrill. And it is touchdown. Ryan Morrill, in the end, is the beneficiary of that excellent cross-field kick. And we're level again here between Saints Black and Gold. So it's likely that Legion White will be through to that semi-final to take on either Shoguns or 70s. That's this kick taking a bit of time. Morrill. Decent effort, but it falls short of the intended target. And of course, we now have the men's social and women's semi-finals. So, Fine Rugby Now will be taking on Stamford Sevens live here on pitch 1, while Rugban, the French side, take on Legion Sevens over on pitch 2 at 10-3. And then in the men's social semi-finals, LU Sevens take on Legion Sevens here on pitch 1, while Onga face off against Fine Rugby Now in a game that could decide the final table in the LIT7s social category. Almost an interception, but the ball did go backwards. So Saints Gold are back in possession. Here's Grouch. Flicks it out the back door, and suddenly there's an overload on the left-hand side. Beautiful ball. Sam Mark in for another score. Well, there was plenty over for Saints Gold, but in the end they went direct. Scything run from Mark. And that's turned the game around. Saints Sevens now on top of their black counterpart. So the game after this, of course, is the women's semi-finals. And the game on pitch 1 will be too close to call, perhaps. Fine Rugby Now, of course. The organisers, a talented side, facing on against Stamford, whose quarter-final performance was so impressive. But will that extra game just take the legs out of them? For now, though, it's Saints Black on the offensive. Made some good yards. And they've infiltrated the gold half of the field. Cries have spread it from the touchline, and they do in fact find their way into the wide channel. Tackle comes in from Nakanokogi, but still they're rolling on, and he slips away from Mark, and they're in behind. Excellent cover, but the attack is still on. Penalty goes the way of Saints Black in their white shirts, but it's a yellow card as well. Epeli Nakanokogi sees the bin, so a big opportunity this for Saints Black. There's the missed pass, what a grab! Plucked out of the sky on the run, and Saints Black have levelled it up here. Well, there's some real competitive edge to this cross-franchise fixture. Bragging rights certainly at stake as we head into half-time, and we're all square here in this men's open quarter-final. Nothing to separate the two Saints sides for the moment at least. 7 more to play before we head into the latter stages of the LIT7s here at Peterborough. Semi-finals on the horizon, but still nothing to split Saints Gold and Saints Black, with one half left to play.
our next game? Should be a good one. Quite similar teams, I think.
Well, it will be Saints Gold to kick us off here. And they go to that right-hand side, but the black side, in their all-white strip, are in possession. Good turn to get out of danger. Threatening situation there, but a second tackle by Sam Heyman. Ollie Dillon looking to disrupt, and then they go crossfield. Well, it rolls harmlessly into touch. So it will be a line out for Saints Gold in a pretty threatening position. Still reduced to 6 players at the moment. Epeli Nakanakogi waiting patiently on the sideline. Heyman on the wraparound. Bit shorter numbers in the midfield. Morrill goes wide to Dillon. And Dillon looks to take them all on. Getting into the outside channel. Patiently checking back. Grouch on the switch. Through the hole. Grouch was just the sweeper to beat. Takes him on the outside and scores. Saints goal back in front. Great finish. Clever play by Ollie Dillon. Could have gone himself and taken contact. Checks back instead. Onto the field comes Travis Bennett. And Jordan McAllister as well enters the fray. Jake Varney and Ollie Dillon are replaced. Kick-off to come then once more from Saints Gold. And they are returned to a full complement to boot. Unfortunately, that kick-off can only find the touchline. So a free kick on halfway. Big opportunity for Saints Black, who are behind again after taking an early lead. And it's Alex Spring to tap. Or instead he'll hand it off. Despite cries of left from the touchline, they take it to the right-hand side and chip in behind, looking to force an error. Good work from Bennett. And they're over the breakdown to support it with perhaps a bit of space. On the left wing, great pace from Heyman. Heyman is away. He's got support inside. Finds the pass. Wonderfully weighted. Saints Gold double their advantage. And unopposed, they will take their time from here. Ryan Morrill all the way back. And Saints Gold have 1 foot in the semi-final. Not a comfortable place to be heading, with the likes of 70s, Shogun and Legion White awaiting them. But both these sides, who came into the competition in the top 4 of the overall rankings, putting on a good show here. But Saints Gold looking to bridge the gap to Shoguns, even if their 60-point margin coming in today is enough to secure them the title overall. Spring into contact. Asher Lee has penalised there, and good footwork to keep the attack alive. Varney into contact. McAllister goes to the left. Mark. Grouch already scored one today. Brushing off a couple of white-shirted defenders. Mac goes down the blind side and Sam Mark is over. And that might have just sealed it for Saints Gold, who have really turned on the style in this second half. The white-shirted Saints black players taking a little bit of time to return to position. I think they know this game is beyond them. But we look ahead to the semi-finals. We've got 3 of them for you, live from pitch 1 here at Peterborough Rugby Club in this leg of the LIT7s Series. It's Stamford who are in action next against Elaine Gelman's Fine Rugby Now. But for now, though, it's still Saints Black, willing to play with ball in hand and looking to open up the field. Left to right in one phase, looking to spread the Saints Gold defence. Still kept a hold of it even after the ball went down. That pass has hit the deck. Lovely pass off the boot. And then down comes the hammer, but a strong tackle by Varney, who's back to his feet looking to contest. But instead, in from the side is the penalty decision. McAllister makes the tackle. Another penalty. 2 in quick succession. Saints Gold on the retreat as their white-shirted counterparts come forward. Just running out of time on that right tram line. Lovely step. Away they go. The freedom of the bottom third of the paddock to stroll home. Lovely footwork. It might not mean much for the outcome of this fixture. It's a try to remember. And the extras chipped over as well. Well, that'll be the end of this All Saints affair, in which Saints Gold, the slight favourites finishing second in their pool, have come out on top. And they're through to the Men's Open semi-finals, which will, of course, be live here on pitch 1 after the women's and men's social games. That leads us nicely into our women's semi-final, where Fine Rugby Now are in action against Stamford. That's the next game, live here on pitch 1 at the LIT7s Series in Peterborough. Well, the two number 7s at captain for Stamford and Fine Rugby Now came together. Katie Denning and her counterpart, Daisy Attlee. And it's Fine Rugby Now in the green and black, from left to right to kick off to Stamford women in the purple and white. The green and black are on the charge, but it's a good take off the kick-off. And Stamford, of course, who came through their quarter-final against Peterborough in emphatic fashion, are up against Fine Rugby Now, who topped their group, so went straight through to the semi-final stage. Fine Rugby Now then the favourites in this game, especially with one less game in their legs. And on the wraparound, it's a good take from Pereira. And all the way wide they go, and suddenly they've got players on the outside. Courtney Wilkins with a race to the line. Huge tackle comes in from Abby Lamb of Gloucester Hartbury. And right back to her feet to make another as well. Great leg drive. Fine Rugby Now on the retreat. Here's Denning. Finds another pass. Denning on the return. Taken down by her opposite player in Attlee. And a forward pass is the call. Denning forced to hand it over. What a great defensive set from Stamford. Legion Black over on pitch 2. They came through their semi-final against their quarter-final, against their Legion counterparts. They've got Rugban to fend with, of course. Rugban 7s, who look so impressive, and in fact have already beaten Legion Black today. So they're certainly the favourites. I don't think you'll win very much on that bet. For now, though, Stamford, who are certainly in this game, have got a scrum inside their own half. Around the corner goes Attlee again. And comes the tackle from Wilkins. The ball goes loose and Pereira is quickest to latch upon it. And Fine Rugby Now back on the offensive. Denning just not wide enough at the moment to get on the outside, but that's a lovely offload, and Denning puts in the don't argue. And now she's herring away, dragged down by Abby Lamb. Once again the saviour for Stamford, but this time the game might just get beyond them. Well, the pace of play has run through Stamford. Holly Ross, in the end, it was just one offload too many for the scrambling Stamford defence. And Fine Rugby Now take the lead. Fine Rugby Now, of course, the team tied to the LIT7s, which was created by tournament organiser Elaine Gelman. James Denning, the women coach, with the captain Katie Denning as well. They're the top points earners in this women's competition, so a win in this Peterborough edition of the LIT7s Series will guarantee them top spots. But there is not an easy task in front of them in the shape of this Stamford women's side, as the wind is really picking up here, as you may be able to hear, disrupting the foray of papers littered here in the commentary box. Another good take off the kick-off, and this time it's Sophie Cartwright darting down the right. More physical carries from Stamford. Another pick and go, taking the direct route. Little show and go. Did not sell the Fine Rugby Now defence, who are up in the face. And there with the dustpan and brush is Daisy Attlee. And once again, looking to draw in the defenders, but it's a good defensive line from Fine Rugby Now, and Pereira is disrupting at the breakdown. Here comes the counter ruck, and they have turned it over. And Fine Rugby Now are straight through the hole. Herring away, Amber Hallmark is caught by Lamb. Another last-ditch tackle. And it's a turnover as well. Abby Lamb has been everywhere so far in defence. penalty then, and a chance to drive their way out of the red zone. And that's an excellent early run, exactly what they needed. And now they could play on the front foot. Well, it's static at first receiver, but a good step from Cartwright. And what a strong driving run that is. Just needed someone on the shoulder. Cartwright is there in support, but the pace is just a bit slow at the moment for Stamford. Interception, what a grab. Excellent read. Holly Ross has her second try of the semi-final. Fine Rugby now open up a commanding lead. And as we were saying just a moment ago, Stamford, when they carried hard, were making plenty of yards, but they were just too slow to reset. And most visible there because Holly Ross had all the time in the world to read that ball across. Fine Rugby now on top, as perhaps expected. I mean, if we're talking about the slow pace of attack from Stamford, it's got to have something to do with that really tiring quarter-final they had to play just a few minutes ago against Peterborough, where they were really stretched. Scrum then for Fine Rugby now. Another try in these early stages would open up a real deficit. A few changes in the offing for Stamford. They do have one of the larger squads here today. In fact, I believe they have the most players available. They want to treble this season after back-to-back promotions, but for now it's great footwork from Dennis, and Dennis in behind with just the sweep and a beat. Dennis with Lamb in pursuit. Lamb wraps her up, but what a run by Amelia Dennis, straight off the set piece. Fine Rugby now inches away. Denning, one more pass should do it. Ross for the hat-trick. Clatters over the line from close range. A hat-trick in the semi-final to put the first half out of sight. 15 unanswered points for now. In fact, opened all the way up to 17. Could be 19 with a conversion to come. What a first half. And Fine Rugby now. Again, one that had the legs but not the direction. So in the break, well, Fine Rugby now will certainly be the happier of the two sides. They lead by 17 points. Unanswered by Stamford women, who have got a lot of work to do to turn this ship around. At the moment, it's sailing into the horizon. While Fine Rugby now could be through to a blockbuster final against, most likely, the talented French side, Rugban Sevens. Second half still to come. 17 points the deficit for Stratford women to overcome.
Maybe you should start singing mid-game, see what happens.
I just came back from a jazz tour with Belgium.
Actually, seriously?
It's what I do. I have what a weird life I have. I haven't realised. I didn't put it in words like that.
Casually,
I was back from jazz tour.
jazz tour comes back.
My
doesn't
dream
set
is
his
to
tournament.
set up like a website where
You sing
one
commentary.
tab is like I'm a commentator, the other tab is like a suggestion file. So you click which tab you want.
Oh.
So you're
You're gonna have the most weird portfolio.
you know how they're like two really different things. But if you do both, is it easier or harder?
If you made a name for yourself in you start breaking into the other a bit easier, what you do the same, at least you'll be recognisable. But yeah, sing on your commentary.
No.
Of course. If they want tune.
Great take off the kickoff. And what a run on the outside as well. Holly Ross has already bagged a hat-trick in this semi-final. Has she got the legs to go coast to coast and score her fourth? Jinxing on the inside. Lovely last-ditch covering tackle from Russell. But it won't be enough. They crash over in the end. What a run that is. And Holly Ross will be leaving the field following her fantastic intervention. A hat-trick in this final. Semi-final, I should say. I hope that she can bring that kind of scoring form into the next game as well. Speaking of next games, after this women's semi-final, we're into the men's social semi-final. And for the first time on pitch one, it'll be the LIT7s rugby side in action against the Legion social side, who came through at the very last minute against the hosts Peterborough in their quarter, whereas LU raced through to the semis after a very impressive group stage. So Stamford now trail by 4 tries. Here's Lamb, all wrapped up by green and black. Into the wide channels they go. There's plenty of players over. Once again, the pace of the attack is just a bit static. Stamford taking their time here. It's a bit messy at the breakdown. And eventually the whistle goes. And it's going to be a conversation between the two referees to find out what the next best step is to be taken. Scrum is the call in favour of Stamford. Well, still a large portion of the second half to come. Stamford went behind early, but here's Lamb looking to change that. Ball goes down. Pressure piled on by Fine Rugby now. Still looking to break from inside their own 22. They are driving up towards the 10-metre. Over the breakdown go Fine Rugby now, who won the penalty. Cries from the far touchline to get the game back underway. Here goes the captain, Denning. Great offload. And through the hole they go for another score. There was a tug on the hair on the way through. But the try is scored. So I'm not sure they'll be too worried about that. Fine Rugby now have another on the board. The sun well and truly out now as we come to the business end of the day here at Peterborough. And with a few moments to go in this semi-final, it's Fine Rugby now who are comfortably in the ascendancy. And they'll take a good run of form into what you'd imagine is a really difficult final. We asked the question earlier today, can anyone challenge Rugban Sevens? Of course, the French champions at the Sevens circuit. Deep kickoff into the path of Brundonell. And lovely switch. What can they create from deep? Clean ball at the breakdown for Stamford. Good ball from Lee, but it goes down in that wide channel. Referee happy to wave play on for the moment. And it's a penalty for Fine Rugby now. And it's a dangerous position to give it away as well. Anisha Pereira in no rush to get things off and running. Great offload on the inside. Second try of the day. For that Fine Rugby now player. Fortunately, no number 9 listed on the team sheet. Maybe one of Lottie Bozon, Ellie Marlin or Kiera Potter. Regardless, that's 2 tries in quick succession and her day is done. And I'm afraid that Stamford's day may also be done here. Men's social semi-finals to follow before the men's open semi-final. And then, of course, back-to-back-to-back finals here. Live at the Peterborough Sevens in this leg of the LIT series. Stamford still battling away, but they've been well marshalled in their own half throughout this second period of 7. Lee chips it in behind, but it can only fall to Baker. Good pick up. And this time, it's Wilkins who turns on the afterburners and races away to score another try. And I think even with this large squad, you can see the impact of that extra game on the Stamford players. As yet another try goes over for Fine Rugby now. They are comfortably through to the final of the women's competition. Well, the result was in no doubt for quite some time here. It was still game on at half-time, but a second half dominated by Fine Rugby now sees the current table toppers of the women's competition across the LIT7s Series through to the final of the Peterborough leg. And that'll be later on this afternoon, following our next 2 semi-finals. First, the Social Sevens semi-final, and then the men's open, the elite level of men's Sevens rugby here in Peterborough. Those games still to come, live here, the LIT7s Series.
Stepping up at the body. I'll mention that next time. Yeah, thank you very much. Hi mate, sorry. Were you in the gold or the black team? I was in the black. Oh yeah. Savage. Is it Ashley? Asher. Ashery. Cool. Do you know any of the age groups? This is definitely my job, and I haven't had them all day, and I might not have them at all. But yeah, the French ones. Just give it a go. Why would you change your gear? Why would you do that? Come on, why would you do that? I know Joey. Yeah.
Kick-off here in this social semi-final. It's a strong take from Walker from the kick-off, and well, they're off to the races against LU7s here. It's Legion social side, now in their Legion black kit, attacking from left to right as the whistle goes. Alongside me for this one, Asher Lee from the Saints 7 setup. Asher, thank you very much for coming and being with us for this game.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've got absolutely no idea what I'm doing, but I'm happy to be here.
Welcome to the club. Well, a delightful semi-final to whet your appetite here in the social competition. It's for the first time on pitch one, LU7s in action, who've had a really strong tournament so far, and they've got a side stacked full of Henley College representatives, which are, of course, a really high level of rugby in the under 18 level. So a young side as well, so they'll still have plenty of running in their legs. And it's from the set piece they're off. And racing as well. Wide they go. Here's Hone. Hone for the corner. Whistle goes. James Hone has the early score. Formerly Wales under 15. Plays at Esher College in London there. And he's off to the races for the first try of the game. Well, Asher made it look pretty simple there.
Yeah, very simple. I think it's what you should expect really from a young squad. These are one of the young lads teams that have been playing the entire series so far, and they've actually been a really good team to watch from a distance. And it's nice to see them tearing it up. And hopefully we'd look forward to probably seeing them in the Open next year, I would have thought.
Well, they beat the likes of Peterborough and Fine Rugby Now on the way here, and in that quarter-final they were able to rest, even though they are the youngest side and perhaps need it the least. Strong carry from Walker, who's a real focal point of this side. And they draw a penalty as well out of the try scorer, Hone. And they're off to flying start here. What could they look to create? Well, Dan Harris in charge of LU7s. You can hear him on the sideline. He was assistant coach for Argentina's in the HSBC World Sevens Tour. So he brings a lot of pedigree to this tournament. But picked from the base, straight through the hole. Legion are in behind. What a covering tackle that is. Hone is over to turn it over. First the try, and then that crucial turnover. And LU7s waste no time in getting the game back underway. Here's Nielsen. Hone. 2-on-1 out wide, but the ball is put down. And it will be a scrum to the Legion social setup. Asher, what a tackle, and then what a turnover as well.
Yeah, brilliant defence from the young boys. And this is what happens. They've got a really good structure with LU7s, a really good structure. When they stick to it, that's the outcome. Good defence, good attack. This pans out to be a really good game.
It will be another set piece, though, for the Legion. What can they create from here? LU7s, of course, is focused on building a professional pathway for sevens players to perform on a bigger stage, moving from that school to university age. That's sort of the idea. And as you're right, Asher, they'd love to get a spot in that open setup. They're just yet another pathway through to the senior avenues of rugby in this nation, whether it be sevens or 15s. But from the set piece, little trick play, and there's the missed pass, and they might be in behind, stepping off the right, weaving inside and out, and then taking the direct route. Lovely offload. In comes the big don't argue. Legion on the turn, getting the offload away. High tackle, but they'll still play here with numbers up. Surely from inches away, Walker goes over. And Joe Walker has the score. And, well, despite all our talk of the talent that LU7s have, the Legion social side, who didn't start off the day how they'd like it. In fact, they finished bottom of their pool. Well, they're back to level terms, Asher.
Level terms. It's great to see Walker take the ball over the try line. An absolute specimen of a man. Look at him. What can that man not do?
A physical presence for sure. Also part of the Saints 7 setup as well. So it gets stuck in on the Elite 7 circuit. Shining here in the social level at Peterborough 7s. But at this stage, it can hardly be considered social with the level of rugby on show. Kick-off to come then from Legion, who have pegged back LU7s. They've been pretty untouchable so far today. But that is an excellent kick-off. Tap back as well into the path of Walker, who's hunted down by Randall. Another Henley College representative. Shot comes in from Tidal Satterley this time. Formerly the Harlequins Academy and Henley College as well. But a penalty is the end result. One-on-one, what can the Legion create? They slip the tackle, and now it's a foot race to the line that the Legion will win. They will touch down and take a lead here. A perhaps unexpected lead going into things. And, well, Asher, the extra game gives you a little bit more energy, but perhaps the huge last-minute win for the Legion is what's spurring them on here.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we knew from the beginning this was going to be a tight game. Two very good sides up against each other, and we're seeing that today. I think this is going to go right down to the last minute.
2-1 then, the Legion go in front, right on the brink of half-time. LU7s look a tad shell-shocked down to our right-hand side. What can this very young Sevens team deliver with 7 more to play? They trail by just the one try at the break here in the semi-final of the men's social competition here in Peterborough, this leg of the LIT7s Series. Kick-off then with 7 minutes still to play. Asher Lee from the Saints 7s programme alongside me, and the game really is in the balance. Could go either way.
go either way, and I'm excited for this second half. Will, I think it's going to be a tough one. It's going to go right down to the last minute, I reckon. Let's see what the boys can do.
Tidal Satterley there, looking to race away. Instead, they do find possession on the left-hand track line. Inside and out, and see you later. What a step that is. And LU7s will get back on the board and level things up. Luke Hayward, right on that left-hand touch line, just hugging the white line. Steps both ways and deceives his opposite man. That is some solo effort, Asher.
Yeah, amazing gas from the young man. Good job, Luke. There's obviously a reason why they put him on in the second half, was to do a job, and I think he's done just that.
Well, what a run and what a start to this second half. LU7s, 2 tries apiece for now, but it's still all to play for the Legion. Against this, as we've highlighted already, very young side who have also played a game less. We'll see how that comes into effect as the second half wears on, and that could be a turnover on the deck. Referee Wells play on. Switch on the inside, and suddenly they're backpedaling as Hatch, with great acceleration, races away to score a 3rd try for the Legion. And they've got their noses back in front. Well, that was a great response from the Legion.
Yeah, we'll see. It'll be interesting to see what's going to happen now. If Legion are going to tighten up now that they've nudged the lead slightly. They haven't got long left, so I think that really they're going to need to score a few more extra points to bag this game. But we'll see what the young boys can do.
Well, they've responded well after being pegged back originally and then going behind in that first half, LU7s, but well, they're behind once again. And this game changes hands for a 3rd time early in the second half. Oh, well, I don't believe that try was given in the end. It was a free kick from the scrum. It was knocked on before being placed down. The referee gave a scrum, and now suddenly look at the counter, the pace of Botka. Massive covering tackle, and the secondary shot on Rawcliffe dislodges the ball. Oh, what a turnaround, Asher. So there was no 3rd try for the Legion. It was given as a knock-on, and a free kick at the set piece allowed LU7s to race away before 2 huge covering tackles have turned around possession once more. We're still level at 2 tries apiece. Asher, what a topsy-turvy few moments that was.
Brilliant to watch. This is when the games get exciting. So LU7s are still very much in the mix now, and I'll be honest, this is where games are won or lost. It's in these final minutes really where both teams are going to push. So we'll see what the boys can do. I think LU7s need to bring their structure back a little bit. If they do that, they could bag this as the win.
Well, pandemonium on the sideline. Not happy with the referee's decision there at the breakdown, but looked like a clean clear out to me. And now look at the counter from the Legion's social side. Shot comes in out wide, a crucial one from Luke Hayward. Back in the game again. Well, the pace of the game finally slowed. Bit all over the place as we look ahead to our next game, of course. It's a semi-final in the Men's Open. It's the Shogun Rugby back in action against Saints 7s Gold. Asher, that's a huge opportunity for Saints to really lay one down against the who will certainly be the champions of the series overall, the Shoguns.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Shogun very much obviously in the lead of the series, but we certainly would like to we'll put a team out today and we'll show what we can do. So look, we're looking forward to it.
Well, that's what to look forward to. For the moment, though, things are all wrapped up here at 2 tries apiece. Who will break the deadlock? It's LU7s in possession. Lovely step off the right from Will Nilsson. Nilsson shrugs him off, and now he's in behind, and he will win the race. Nilsson scores. Well, desperate to find an offload when he was being grappled by a number of Legion players. And then they just let him go, Asher, and, well, races away to score. And that is an important try. And it puts the SU back in front.
Yeah, I think Dewey Pearce will be a bit gutted with that missed tackle at the end there. He's just come onto the pitch. So, but I think the Legion boys and girls will forgive him. He's the man behind the whole thing. He's the guy that's put all these teams together, and he's a big part of Legion. So a missed tackle, but I think he'll be forgiven by the end of the day.
Incredibly impressive from Booth and Pearce, the co-creators of Legion. They've managed to bring 5 different sides along to the Peterborough leg of the LIT7s. And here's one of them, the social team, that have perhaps gone a step further than they thought they would. They've made it all the way to the semi-final of the men's social competition, and it's a real contest at the kickoff that I think the LU7s will win. Well, in the end, it's given as a knock-on. In the end, it's given as a knock-on in favour of the Legion. The wind continues to be a debilitating factor on not only the legs of a few players running up against it, but also on the ability of myself to keep a hold of every team sheet I have on offer here. Finally, we've got things under control, and as do the Legion, who are looking to break. Crooks with a wide pass. And now there's a bit of space out wide with just the sweep and a beat. There's the covering tackle that comes in from Sheehan, but it will be given as a high tackle. And Sheehan will certainly see the bin here. Well, the referee looked to reach into his pocket, but then he's put it down. So Sheehan is away, and with the one-man advantage, what can the Legion create? Driven into touch, and that's the game. The yellow card will mean little to this Legion side because they have been defeated at the very last moment. They thought they might have been into the corner. I'm sure, Asher, they didn't realise how little time was remaining, but LU7s, by the barest of margins, have come through this social semi-final. And, well, what a game.
Yeah, massive, enjoyable game to watch. Really exciting rugby from both teams. It was nice to see them both play right to the end until till the whistle went. Good defence, good structure for both sides. Let's see how the LU7s now do later on in their competition, but really good effort from all.
LU7s will be through to the final to take on either Onga 7s or Fine Rugby now. We'll await the results elsewhere. Our next point of order, however, here at Peterborough Rugby Club in this leg of the LIT7s, it's a hugely important men's open semi-final where Shogans take on Saint 7s.
It's really soon. Oh, is it? Like straight? I think it's on there. 10 minutes. They're coming on that.
So I think it's a quick turnaround.
Oh my god. 8 wins. I really struggle to read
Kick-off then in the biggest game of the tournament so far. It's the Shoguns who take on, in a mammoth encounter, the Saints Gold. Asher Lee is back alongside me from the Saints setup, and, well, a pretty terrifying opposition in front of you.
Yeah, it is. However, we've played Shogun countless times this series, so it's definitely a battle that we're up for today. I think we want to come here, show what we can do, and get the win.
On pitch 2, a semi-final that's too close to call between the French side, 7s and the Legion, their white side, who saw off their other men's elite team. And that's a quarter-final just gone. Chipped in behind. What a bright start this is for Saints 7s Gold, who, of course, came through against the other Saints franchise team, whereas the Shoguns were straight through to this semi-final after topping the group. Lovely ball on the inside from Golden Clark, and they could be away. There's the covering tackle. Can it be lifted off the deck? Instead, it's slower ball, but still, Saints Gold are scrambling, rolling through the tackles, and Shogun have the first score. Well, a hint of afters, but I'm not sure the Shoguns will mind that. It's Connor Taunton, I think, who's gone over, and a bright start for Shoguns. Not the perfect start, Asher, for the Saints side.
No, but this is where the resilience shows. It was a great tackle from George Crouch on that first tackle, and then they just had great support. These things happen. What the boys now need to do is keep their heads up, get back into their structure, and show them now what we can do.
It will be a kick-off from the Shoguns, so a chance for the Saints to get a hold of some possession. Although Simon Hunt's side have been excellent at reclaiming kick-offs so far today, with the likes of Trent Storen, the Australian native, who will hang this up to the far left. The Shoguns with an early lead, plucked out of the sky by Crouch. And there's a bit of a tussle there at the breakdown, and it's been ripped by the Shoguns, and Golden Clark look to take them all on the outside. Big covering tackle from the likes of Nakakanagogu and so. Apeli Nakanakogi puts in the shot. Thankfully, all of the Saints players are back to their feet. And that's a bit more like it in defence from the Saints. Asher.
Yeah, that's what we want to see now. We want to see we have to put in a good defence against Shogun. They're a very difficult team to defend against.
And the afterburners were turned on, and right through the defence goes Freddie Skinner. And Shogun have their second. At the moment, the Saints goal just not able to play in the right areas. Well, it's Freddie Reeder at number 12, in fact, who's scored. And a great try. just turned on the pace. Pretty comfortable on that outside. Well, Trent Starren to get us back underway. A semi-final at risk of slipping through the fingers of Saints Gold. Uncharacteristic miss kick from Starren, but a big opportunity, Asher, for Saints.
Yeah, this is where I really like to see some attack from the Saints now. I think what you'll do is get a quick ball from Josh Wickens here. Very good centre. Off from Jordan, all the way in. So, yeah, hopefully a strong attack. See how we go.
Well, here come the Gold then. Wickens at first receiver. And Morrill looks to get on the outside. Excellent offload through the centre. But there's a disruptive tackle just dotting down the arm. But Crouch will play on here. Hunted down. Great line speed. Here's Nakanakogi. Shimmies away from one. Lifted off the deck. Morrill puts it in behind and then is taken to ground. It'll be a penalty and it could be more as well. Well, it's a yellow card. The Shoguns down to 6. Big opportunity to get back in the game then. Even more so than that free kick on halfway for the Saints, Asher.
Yeah, obviously I'm a little bit biased, but I think Shogun are starting to get a little bit scared about this game. We're certainly going to get stuck in now, and I think that's where the yellow card comes in. It comes when teams start to panic. So hopefully Saints, we get the ball now and we can show what we can do.
2 early scores are what separate the side. Freddie Reeder, the most recent one, who just shimmied along the outside from the set piece and dissected the Saints defence. But this is a promising position. A kick for touch. Not often seen in the game of sevens. And a bit of tit for tat on the coaching staff down below. But we will soon get underway. Once lifted over the top, just a bit too much on it, overcooked. And it's led to a turnover. Thunderous shot by Morrill. And it will be a penalty, and the Shoguns will be quick to make use of this attacking opportunity. Through the first tackle, and what pace! And a covering tackle comes in from Crouch, driving into touch. But a pretty excellent exit from the Shoguns.
Yeah, I think fatigue's starting to settle in a little bit now for Saints, but we've got a hell of a bench still to come on, so I think there'll be a couple of replacements now, and I think we've still got a bit of fight in us.
Well, it's a line out, another one for the Saints. Their last one didn't go to plan, and it's what's led them to this position where they're deep inside their own half, and they've given up possession once again. This time, I think the throw just wasn't straight. Big chance this then for the Shoguns to go 3 in front before half-time. But it's loose at the line out. And the Saints goal do really well to come away with it. And what can Saints create? They've got a man over. They've got a man advantage. Dylan back on the inside. Clever footwork. But back onto the field there is Ben Parsons. Dylan skips away from his opposite number 3. Here's Crouch, who goes wide. Sam Mark looking to take them all on, or actually it's still Apelli Nakanakogi, who might go all the way. Nakanakogi does score. Well, the Saints are back into the game, Asher.
Yeah, it's back in now. This is what we want to see. A couple of replacements come off the bench, and they've certainly had an impact. I think that's a brilliant try scored by Aaron Asiri there into the corner.
Well, not a name on the Saints Go team sheet, but when you're a franchise like this one, you're perfectly reasonable to dip into the Saints black lineup for a few players, and that is a seriously important try. Instead of going 3 down at the break, the Saints have cut the gap to 1. Asher, still plenty to come in this second half, but the Saints are certainly still in the contest.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Wilf, but I'm excited. It's a good game so far. I think Saints are going to have a proper little chat now with the coaches. I think a few players will certainly have a few things to say. I think we need to tighten up to defence, not let them through the middle. But yeah, some exciting rugby still to come from the Saints boys.
Well, at half-time then, it's a narrow lead for the Shoguns, who, despite their bright start, were pegged back by the Saints, who will feel they've got a bit of momentum going into this second 7. Who will make it to the final to face either the French side, 70s, or the very talented Legion White? We'll be back very shortly for the second half, live here at the LIT7s Series in Peterborough.
And then number 5 is Josh Watson. 31. 31? Yeah, that's why. So that's Sam Marks is coming at 22. Yes, yeah.
Well, thankfully I've got Asher alongside me to talk us through the changes to number 42s. It's not the regular Nakanakogi scoring. It was a Siri down the right-hand side who scored before the break. But it's the Shoguns with the brightest start. Golden Clark with the ball on the inside. And the Shoguns have another score. Well, a bright start to the second half as the sun continues to beat down here at the Peterborough Sevens in the LIT7s Series. But, well, not the perfect start to the second half for Saints. It's a bit of deja vu, given that performance in the first 7. But we've already seen them get back into the game once. And actually, they've really got to work hard to get back into the game again.
Yeah, credit due, given where credit's due. Shogun, very, very strong team. Very slick in everything they do, and they just showed that against us and against Saints. So Saints now, they're going to have to start switching it on. And I think Shogun have just made a few replacements. We've made a few replacements to see if these impact players make an impact.
Lucas Yap onto the field, and he'll take the kick-off as well. The young Blundells fly half. Really impressive season at 15s for Blundells. But it's the Saints in possession, deep inside their own 22, but they look to carve out a couple of opportunities, carried on by Varney. Oh, but stripped in the tackle, but knocked on. A let-off, perhaps, for the Saints. Nervous moments, Asher.
Nervous moments, but one exciting game to watch. I was hoping we'll get more from this second half, and so far we're getting it. So, yeah, let's see where we go.
A few more replacements in the offing for the Shoguns. Anth Jackson waiting on the sideline along with Jake Golding of Loughborough University. But it's a set piece for Saints. Free kick and a quick tap. But in front of the mark is the call. But still, the Shoguns sent back 10 yards. Nakanakogi takes them all on. Almost breaking through the hole. Good offload. And now picked at the base from Sam Marks. Marks out the back door. Lovely pass, but just a foot in touch. And the Shoguns have weathered the storm and ring in the changes. the clock is against the Saints. The Shoguns looking to make their way into yet another LIT7 Series finals. The Katanas are just a few minutes away. Already the far and away winners of the overall LIT7 Series in the Men's Open. But that line-out has gone astray. And it's a lovely ball on the inside. Here's Marks. Driven off the ball on the breakdown, and suddenly it could be another turnover. It's a real mess on the floor. But Saints do come away with it. Good line speed to pile on the pressure, but Varney looks to get on the outside. And there is a route forward here. Yap makes the tackle. Well, the ball is out, and they've stripped it, and it's a quick pick from the base, and now they might be in the on the outside, stepping inside and out. Freddie Reeder looking for another score. Opportunistic sevens this time from Shoguns, but they might be through to yet another final, Asher.
Yeah, obviously for us it's disappointing, but that's what Shogun do well. They capitalise on your mistakes, and we've made a couple of mistakes in the second half, and Shogun have punished us for us, so that's part of the game.
An excellent kick from out wide as well. Shoguns with more than a foot in the door, almost into this final. As we await the results from over on pitch 2. Yap will take this kick off. He'll search for Golding out wide. And up goes Golding, but it just slips through the hands of the St. Sevens man. So instead it's a line out for the Shoguns. Short to Golden Clark. Yap. Good ball across the face of the Saints Gold defence. Brought down inside the 10. High tackle is the call. Yap with a quick tap. Stepping off the left and just winding his way through the defenders and opens up the gap. And Yap might be in behind here. It's a race for the corner. Morrill gets a hand on him, but he does almost touch it down. I think there's a discussion to be had here. I think the try has been given. And indeed it is a score for Lucas Yap, who's going to slot this conversion from a long way out just to add the icing on top. Doesn't get the purchase on it. Well, Asher, it's not hard to see why this Shogun setup have gone so well in this LIT7 series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just adds value to the tournament, doesn't it? I think it's going to give us a really, really exciting final. I think we're going to see two very, very strong teams in the final now.
Picked off the kickoff, and they'll race away for another. Covering tackle comes in from Dylan, but in the end, it's another score. Well, in the blink of an eye, they add another. It won't have much impact on the final result, but that was such a clinical score, Asher.
Yeah, it's good to see. I mean, Apelli, he's on the pitch. He's still running around playing sevens at 43 years old. So massive credit for him to being on the pitch today and giving it his all. It can't be easy in sevens in this weather at 43 to still be playing. So massive credit for him getting involved today.
He's had an excellent tournament so far, but that will be the end of his tournament as Saints have been beaten here by a comprehensive Shogun side who will go into the final with a lot of confidence. That final will be in about an hour's time because we've got two more ahead of it. We'll start with the cup final in the women's competition where Fine Rugby now take on the French side Rugby Sevens in what promises to be an absolute cracker. It's nothing but cup finals for the rest of the day, live here from Peterborough in this leg of the LIT7 series. Kick-off then for the... Kick-off then first in the plate final of the women's competition, where Legion Black, who were beaten by the French side Rugban in the semi-final, face off against Stamford Sevens, who are of course beaten by the Fine Rugby Now side that will be in the final later on this afternoon. That's in about half an hour's time according to the schedule. Might be more like 4:40s. If you're looking for the Women's Cup final, that's in 2 games' time, because up first we've got the bowl in the men's social and the plate final here in the women's competition. Losing semi-finalists both in action. There might be a quick start then here for Legion Black, who are a couple of inches away. Driving towards the line. Well, they're taking the direct route here. There's plenty of space out wide if they'd like to use it. And now they do search for an edge. It's a good take off the toes, but stripped by one of Stamford's many number 69s. Another one plays scrum half and looks to take them on the outside, and now it's a real foot race. He's a long way from home, but Stamford might go coast to coast here. There's plenty of Legion players in pursuit, but Stamford will touch down, and that's an excellent start, stripping the ball on the floor from right underneath the shadow of your own post to then run it in on the outside from such range. A lung-busting effort, and the opening score in this women's bowl final. Kick-off to come from Stamford. And it's kicked deep. They might roll all the way into touch here, but in the end it is regathered. Some good footwork and a great offload too. And here's Howard looking to break the line. What a run by Howard. Well, picked at the base. It's a real tussle in there to get a hold of possession. Once again, the pace of the game is slowed to a halt, but here come Legion Black with the second wind. They make it into the outside channel. Serious contact coming all over the park. It's Adkins now, flings it away. Little stutter step, trying to get through the line. And they do break through. Here comes Lamb on the cover. What a tackle, but a great offload off the deck. And Legion Black go in for an equaliser, despite the best efforts of Abby Lamb. Well, Legion in their very first tournament on the LIT7s circuit have done excellently well across the board. They reached semi-finals in the women's and the social tournament as well. And they'll have kick-off to boot. There's the founder, Dewey Pearce, on field looking to help out. Kick-off to come then through Josie Parnaby. Deep kick-off over the head of a number of Stamford women. But back they come down the short side. Little switch. Excellent play. And there's a thunderous contact in there to stop them dead. They've got numbers up on the left. Good carry by Lee. Lee gets the offload away to Gargan. And there's one more to find Lamb. And Lamb's got plenty of wheels. Abby Lamb puts Stamford back in front. A great finish. An excellent team try as well. Some perfectly weighted passes. In the end, it created just enough space for Abby Lamb to dart away. Kick-off. Oh, well, it looks like we've come all the way back for a forward pass. I was wondering what was taking the Stamford players so long to get back for the kick-off. In fact, it's not a try at all. Abby Lamb went all those yards for no reason. But the scrum is for Stamford. And Lamb having another go, taking on 3 defenders. Oh, lovely footwork. And suddenly the hole opens up for Lee. Physical collision there. Abby Lee this time instead of Amelia Lee with 0 on her back. Well, Murray is stripped there. And on the turn, they look to escape. Tackle made on Adkins. Murray's in there to turn it over. Here's Parnaby who has it back for the Legion. Big tackle there from Lee, but they'll come back for a penalty advantage instead. Oh, a remarkable start to the game then. 2 quick tries on either end, and then a disallowed one, which took everyone by surprise. And now the Legion brought together just today. They've gelled throughout the day. On the offensive against Stamford, who have had a whole season together. Of course, treble winners following back-to-back promotions. Oh, stripped in contact. Great tackle by Cartwright. But that will take us through to half-time then. And this topsy-turvy game still has plenty more twists and turns you'd expect. We're level at half-time between Stamford Women and Legion Black in this bowl final. The 2 losing semi-finalists face off here for a 3rd place in the women's competition. Second half still to come, with a game that could go in either direction with 7 minutes left to play.
What? 3 different flavours.
Bro, that's sick.
Yeah, 30 quid worth. There you go. Yes. Yeah. There you go, mate. Dig in. I've got the sloppy burger. It's falling out. table. I don't even know where to fucking... I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. To Peterborough.
Well, the whistle goes to commence the second half of this bowl final in the women's competition. The two losing semi-finalists facing off here. And it's Abby Lamb of Gloucester Hartbury who's got the great offload through contact. Chipped in behind. There's a player down following that tackle in behind. Wow, we're all level here between Stamford and Legion Black. I think an enforced change needs to be made, unfortunately, there. Amelia Lee leaving the field. And we'll start with the Legion line out. Well, a Legion line out early in the second half. Cleverly won by Parnaby. And then good direct running. Dragged down by Cartwright. Good offloads to keep the attack flowing. Howard through touch. Well, they've made it to an edge. And it might be on out wide, but well marshalled. Stamford women have a control of things at the moment. Legion go up the jumper. Look to take on Stamford physically, which is a battle you'll sorely win. Some big shots coming in there and keeping the Legion contained. In the end, the penalty goes against them. Stamford have it back and they'll waste no time. It's the captain, Daisy Attlee, who hands it off. Another penalty. Stamford in the ascendancy. This time they go through the hands. And on Cartwright's on the outside. Well marshalled by Howard. Good offload off the deck. Attlee. Contact taken by first receiver. Almost through. Lovely turn, still going. There's the ball back inside to Attlee. Attlee lifts it off the deck, but it can't find its intended target. Lovely step back off the right. And Stamford apply the pressure, and in the end, the Legion crack. We must talk, of course, about the cause that Legion as an organisation are supporting. It's the Royal Legion, and if you go to their Instagram, at LIT7s, on their link tree is the link to donate. If you're here today at Peterborough Rugby Club, then you can donate via the QR codes that are on all their shirts as well. So that is the plan, of course, for this Legion setup. It doesn't only offer a sense of community for those a part of it, it also aims to help others within the military service through the support of the Royal Legion, a charity that focuses on the care of current and former military service people. So do donate if you can via the link tree in their Instagram bio, or if you're here today via the QR codes they have available to them. But of course, regardless of how good the cause, they are still behind at the moment in this bowl final. And that's an excellent tackle to marshal them into touch. Well, it is the bowl final in the men's social next as well, where the host Peterborough take on the Pink Cocks, the losing semi-finalists in that competition. But for now, it's Stamford who lead by just the one try. That set piece doesn't go to plan, and it'll be possession. Back with the Legion. Pace just taken out of the game for a moment. Some tired legs out there after a long day of sevens. Good solid line out for the Legion. Looking to jinx through the contact at 9. Brought down. A little bit narrow at the moment. They fire the ball across. And there's a good delay on the pass, and now they might be in behind. And now it's a real footlace, but you'll do well to get on the outside of Abby Lee, who makes another fantastic tackle and drags Atkins into touch. Abby Lee has had some afternoon. And if Stamford hold on for the bowl here, they've got a lot to thank Avi Lamb for. Good run off the set piece, and here's Abby Lee. Well, there's plenty of black shirts over the ball, and they have won the penalty. Well, they don't have a lot of time to get back into this game. The Legion need to move quickly. And they tap quickly, and they take it to the line. And there's an excellent delay on the pass, but the ball goes down, only backwards, and then it ricochets off a couple of players and will unfortunately end with a set piece to their enemies, Stamford women, who edge ever closer to claiming the bowl here at the Peterborough Sevens. Set piece to be fed by Daisy Atley. Clean set piece for Stamford women, and they scythe through the line. Great run by Murray. Good offload as well. They do really well to keep it alive. Murray back into the game, looks to kick it in behind. It's deflected off a Legion player, and a penalty goes Legion's way. And this really is last chance saloon for the Legion. Well, they've got plenty of numbers up here. Change of pace and a change of direction as well to get them firing. That pass is behind everyone in black. Looking to create something from nothing here. Oh, and they've made it to the outside channel. And Atkins steps back inside. What a step. And the Legion dot down under the sticks with a conversion to win the game. Well, it will be Amy Howard's responsibility. Well, it's a huge moment for the Legion. They've been behind for so much of this game, but a kick here would surely tip them in front. And it's a clean conversion. And with a short blast of the referee's whistle, That's the one to win it. Well, the referee seems to have robbed the players of any ceremony. Well, extra time is the call. Interesting. So we will head into extra time here following that conversion. Heard it yelled from the sideline. Our first period of extra time today. Well, we will return in just a moment's time then for extra time from the bowl final here in the women's competition.
Could someone please find out what the rules next time are? What are the rules? What's extra time? Yeah. Can you ask the touch coach? This guy? Yeah.
Extra time to come then after that last-minute conversion equalised the game. It's a kickoff that the Legion have in their possession, and now they're on the offensive. It's just been put down. So we will, well, the ball goes backwards according to the referee. Players waved on, and we're at golden try. 2 minutes each way, but it's next try wins. Parnaby. Howard there in support. Adkins goes to her right, finds support in numbers, and they're on the outside. Lovely footwork to skip away. Look at the turn of pace, and this will be it. And the Legion will steal it. There's the try, and the Legion have it. Well, the referees are in conversation over whether or not that try was scored, but indeed it is. The Legion have come from behind to take down Stamford Women, and they have won the bowl. They may not have made it to that elusive cup final, but they have silverware in their very first competition here at the Peterborough Sevens. The LIT7s Series delivers more drama in extra time. It didn't take them long, but they have an elusive trophy, the first in the Legion's cabinet in this new Sevens organisation. Well, a thrilling result. We move swiftly on, however, to the men's social bowl final, which includes Peterborough, the hosts, against the Pinkcocks. Well, clock's on, and we're into another final here. It's the Social Bowl final. The two losing semi-finalists. Lovely footwork. It's Pincock's on the offensive, all with number 7 on their backs. And it's a clean turnover by the host, Peterborough. And they've won a penalty as well. And here's Kajawa, who puts the kick in behind. Lovely weight on it, but just over the head. Flicked excellently well out the back door to keep it alive. As the sun once again breaks through the clouds and shines down on us here in Peterborough. Round the corner is Baradell, player of the season for Peterborough's senior men's side. Kajawa's at 9. Takes it down the short side. Little show and go. Bursting through defenders. They're certainly the bigger of the two sides here in this bowl final. But instead it's gone out into touch. So the Pincocks might have a scrum here because it was knocked on first. Well, a correction, of course. This competition is actually the men's bowl final, which means these are the losing quarter-finalists, Peterborough and Pincocks. Pincocks defeated by Fine Rugby now, who've made it all the way through to the plate after losing their semi-final. Onga and LIT7s Rugby, of course, after their dramatic win here on pitch 1, through to the men's social final. Excellent offload from Kajawa. Look how close they are to the line. They'll surely touch down from there. Murphy goes over. The host Peterborough have an early lead. Conversion to boot. Pincocks go behind. Well, an early try, for the Fengate Flyers, the home side. Had a lot of promise going into their quarter-final. Beaten in the very last second by their opponents, who were then themselves knocked out by LIT7s in the semi-finals, that being the Legion social team. But it's Pincocks back with it. Certainly also the younger of the two sides. We'll see if they've got enough left in their legs to battle through here. Well, the Pincocks take on two defenders. Which means there should be a little bit of space elsewhere. On the wraparound. Lovely weighted pass, and they're skipping away through the inside, and that is a bit of youthful exuberance to drive them through the defenders. And in this bowl final, the Pincocks have levelled it up. If they can slot this kick from under the post. Which indeed they can. So we're 7 apiece. Bright start to this bowl final. Building up, of course, to our 3 cup finals. Up next on pitch 1, the Women's Cup final, followed by the men's social final, and then the men's open final, which kicks off about 5:10. A standalone event to hopefully bring in all the crowds here. That ball is loose, and it's been hacked through, and now there's a foot race. That's clearly a tackle off the ball. So back to their feet come Peterborough. Bit of gamesmanship in this final. Oh, and a quick tap has led to a turnover, just shrugging off defenders. The Pinkcocks come close. Lovely weighted ball. Surely now, great. One more pass would have done it. Instead, the footwork, the fend through two defenders, and the Pinkcocks take the lead. Well, the hosts go behind. Another close-knit affair. A testament to the competition that even so late in the day in these secondary competitions, they're giving it their all. Live here from Peterborough in the LIT7s Series. Confirmation, of course, of the men's open final. We know that Shoguns are there in that blockbuster game on pitch 2. It's 70s, the French side, who are through to the final. Thunderous collision and a lovely out the back door as well, but a forward pass is the end result. Young Prowers, who just come up from the Colt setup here in Peterborough, gave that out the back offload, but unfortunately just a touch forward. Powerful counter drive from Peterborough, using the weight for good advantage there, but then stripped in the contact, and the Pinkcocks come back with it, hunting for the ball on the floor. They go to ground, so surely a penalty will go the Pinkcocks' way. Quick tap, and they're off to the races. Darting through the centre. Opportunistic sevens, as we've seen all day. And that's a great score. And this very young Pinkcock side with perhaps just a bit more in the legs. Well, at half-time then in this bowl final, the losing quarter-finalists have made it to this stage. And, well, it's Pinkcocks who take a deserved lead going into the break. Still 7 minutes left to play before our back-to-back-to-back cup finals live here at the LIT7s in Peterborough. Jane, do you want to pass this up?
Can you vouch for their goodness?
Yeah, they are good.
They're very good.
I'll have someone come down.
All right.
Kick-off then from Pink Cox. They've hung it deep. Good line speed, but shrugged off by Peterborough. The home side trail by 2 tries. But they've got 7 minutes to turn it around in their final game of the day before our back-to-back-to-back cup final extravaganza here and the LIT7s Series. Floated inside. Just great control in possession. The switch inside, looking to open up the field. Well, here come the Pink Cocks then hunting down their opposite men. But still the patient play from Peterborough as they roll through the phases, flicked out the back. Well, there's numbers over on the left, but they've gone the opposite way. That's a great offload. And now they're right through the hole. And now it's a serious foot race for the line. Lifted off the deck because the Pink Cocks got back in numbers. 2-on-1. But there's cover. It takes 2 defenders to bring him down. They're over the breakdown. They've stolen the ball. But it was an advantage in favour of Peterborough. No release from the tackle. Both were involved. Kajawa. Wrapped up. But does really well to free the ball. Good take out wide. Looking to inject some pace into the attack. Surely the 2-on-1 now. They must go over. Wonderful chop tackle to dislodge possession. And the Pink Cocks have advantage. And they will race away. Joey Walker there on the field for the Pink Cocks. Just showing he's still got it, even if he won't touch down to score, and that is perhaps a deciding try. When the sun goes in here at Peterborough, there's a real chill in the air. The wind